Good morning and welcome again to ITWeb Security Summit 2023. Day two indeed. My name's Adrian Hinchcliffe. I'm group editor of ITWeb, and joining me with his home-brought coffee is
Matthew Burbage,
who is Brainstorm's editor. So today we are, as Matthew says, day two. We're here at the 18th edition of the Security Summit, live from the show floor at Santon Convention Center. We had a great day yesterday, I think. Brilliant day. Saw a lot of things down on the exhibition floor. I didn't manage to get into many of the tracks or the speeches. Matthew, did you have a chance to? And who did you see? Who was good?
Well, I saw Mark Hoffman here from Berlin. And he was very, very interesting. He's an independent. And he basically talked us through how easy it is to, how easy it is to use modern technology to basically fool people.
Okay.
He gave the example actually of how a person using a fake voice of the CEO of a it was either a Dubai bank who told a member using a fake voice to transfer $35 million out of their account.
Wow.
That's a fact. And I think the theme that emerged for me yesterday was AI is here, and AI is going to be pressed into the service of criminality and will fool us. I also spoke to Mikko Hipponen. Mikkonen.
I heard great things about him. I didn't see his presentation.
He is a legend. He's probably one of the most famous cyber people in the world. And he also talked about that. And he said that we are in he says this is the hottest AI summer in history. He also said that deepfake videos are incredibly you can do it with your home computer. And
wow.
The graphics card. He also had a lot to say about that, and it's with the future's here. And who did you get to see?
I got to see no one, unfortunately. So I was running around a lot in the background, so I didn't actually see, but I heard a lot of good things about Mikko. And the queue for his book signing. Normally you'd kind of maybe see there's a book signing, you'd maybe see one or two people, but the queue was right kind of through reception. So I was like surprised at how popular he was. Really nice guy as well. I had a kind of brief chat to him just as we were walking him through. But yeah, I mean, I spent most of my time down here on the exhibition floor. Again, if you're here at the Security Summit, please go and check it out. We've got some great attractions. I think that's probably the best word. It's like a fun fair down here. There's basketball, there's the F1 simulators, which I can see from here. No one's actually started those up yet. It's a cold morning here in Johannesburg, so maybe they need to warm up a bit first. And then, yeah, what else? We also had the swag video. So yesterday, Matthew and I went around and had a look at some of the free offerings, free merchandise that was coming from the vendors down here on the exhibition floor. Yeah, I think we're playing that video out at some point today, but there was some great and very interesting merchandise coming through. I had a Netscope t-shirt, which I tried on this morning. Perfect fit, even for someone of my physique. And you, Matthew, what was your favorite piece of swag?
I got some of these. I think I'm wearing some cyber reason socks here this morning. I'm not entirely happy with them, but they did a big job. Okay. I also spoke to Carissa Varma, who is the lead boss of cyber at Vodacom and the president of the local chapter of Women in Cybersecurity. And so it's obviously a big theme over the last couple of years. Like, we don't have enough gender diversity in cyber. So I thought I asked her, so what's your backyard looking like? And she says that they have almost 50-50.
Oh, wow.
Men and women in Vodacom. And she said interesting. She said something quite interesting. She said it's kind of all around your intentionality in the hiring process. So and I think that's something that everyone can take away. Because most of the people who are attending, I'd say 80% are men and 20% are women. So there's still a lot to go.
So I think one of the guys, and I've forgotten his name now, and he's going to be very upset about that. But it was a Scottish guy who's here with the British High Commission, I think it is. The British High Commission is running a few kind of smaller independent companies there, bringing them here because I think they've got some interesting services to offer for the South African market. And his kind of USP was that he's teaching critical infrastructure engineers. So it's not your kind of security operations center. Everyone's kind of looking at that. Everyone's kind of selling you stuff, kind of harden that. But it's the guys who are on the kind of the periphery. They're out in the field. They're maybe kind of fixing if there's any electricity, which again, highlight of today, we have no load shedding. Incredible. What a country. But yeah, so this guy was saying that like it's going for your kind of more senior engineers who are out in the field, but perhaps the easier targets. Because as a kind of a hacker himself, I can't never remember which was, I think it's a white hat, isn't it? Yeah. So as a white hat, he was kind of looking, where's your kind of weakest link? And he was saying the guys who are there, who've got access to some technology, but aren't really interested in cybersecurity. So what his kind of approach is writing cybersecurity manuals in a more engineering approach. So it's kind of like you go through your health and safety stuff, which they know the language of that. You go through your kind of engineering processes and just throwing it in that style, in that kind of way of doing things. And then it becomes almost an intrinsic part of what they're doing. So I thought that was like it's not always all about the firewalls and the antivirus and like the big hardware stuff. There's also this kind of human element. And I think that's a kind of key point that's actually I'm seeing more, and I'm sure people will touch on during this.
Well, that's what Mark said. I mean, his talk was called the human firewall. It's got to come from the top, but it's all about awareness. And people often say, like, when you're getting hacked, people will say the hacker will say you are about to get hacked. So, and that's the moment when you are in fact getting when the breach is happening. He also said people like to come from a voice of authority, So he's got a picture of someone on a Zoom call with a row of books, like in front of his bookcase. So he says, if you want to appear good on your Zoom call, always stand in front of a library.
It's a model I adopt, Matthew. As you know, unfortunately, mine's due to do the PowerPoint is in the room. So yeah, I think let's look forward to today. I mean, there's some great kind of presentations coming up today. I know within the booth, we're going to be chatting to Grant Hughes, who's the principal cybersecurity architect from NGen. So I think he's going to walk us through what his role entails, what a cybersecurity architect actually does, the impact they make. And I'm going to ask him that favored question of what keeps him awake at night. Perhaps we should just get that branded on here next time, just in case we forget. I think we're also talking to Stefan Kreiner from Snode. Snode are partners for the broadcast booth, and he'll be talking about threat hunting. And then we've got, I think, Manny Corregidor from Telspace. I don't know, you know him, Matthew. I think you've met him a couple of times. And then Tiani Nganyama from Geek Culture. So he's coming in with our CEO, Ivan Regesnek, at 9 o'clock. So they'll be talking about, I guess, hackathons, more in-depth stuff about technology. I think it's going to be a very broad-ranging conversation. And obviously, we've got the hackathon still running. those guys have been working through the night. I had to pop my head in quickly this morning. Yeah, they're all in there.
Is it
busy
starting to
people
smell
work.
in the room?
No, they've been for a shower.
Okay.
Yeah.
Showers,
And then we've got what have we got?
What are they doing in that hackathon? What are they?
So yeah, Lungile, who's Lungile Nsomi from ITWeb, is one of our journalists who's tracking the hackathon. She's stationed there. She's kind of keeping up to date with what it is. And she came and chatted to us yesterday. I'm sure she'll come in again today and just give us a bit of an update. So the idea is we've got a red team and a blue team, and I'm not sure exactly. I'm doing really badly with colours this morning. But one team is on the offensive and trying to breach the security of the other team. The other team is trying to kind of keep them out. So it's a kind of, I guess, like a paintball battle for security hackers.
Okay.
Yeah, so I think they're looks like they've had some great fun yesterday. They had some mentors in there as well. I saw Steve Jump, who I know is doing a bunch of stuff with us across the summit, and a bunch of other guys there. So yeah, we'll get some report back from them. Tiani, I'm sure, and Ivan will kind of discuss what they've been doing at the hackathon. And I think, yeah, that's kind of what I've got to cover today. I don't know if you've got anything to add, Matthew.
I'm hoping to speak to
Len
No, yes, who has apparently some technology embedded in his own body. Subcutaneously, I assume, something like RFID chips. So he's actually an attack vector in himself. So I'm very interested to hear what he has to say.
I think he was featured briefly on our stream yesterday. And yeah, he seemed like a smart guy. So I'm sure he knows what he's doing. Someone who's like the guys with the tattoos when you were a kid used to do it with a compass and a bit of gluing. Maybe I went to a different sort of school to you, Matthew. Okay. Today's going to be a great day, I'm sure. So as I say, day 2 of the ITWeb Security Summit 2023. Remember to stick here on YouTube if you're not able to join us in person. Yeah, stay tuned. It's the first of ITWeb TV's interviews, broadcast first at our 2023 Security Summit. So grab yourself a coffee, something to snack on, and I hope you enjoy the conversation. Today, we're chatting to Nitin Naidu, CEO and founder of Snode. It's a South African cybersecurity company that's gone global. We're going to discuss a few things from Snode's history and business to the international world of cyber espionage. So let's get started. Nitin, hello, how are you doing today?
Hi, Adrian. I'm really well. How are you doing?
Good, thank you. So I guess I have to kind of explain to our attendees that you're not able to join us today live at the event, unfortunately. You're joining us from Vietnam. Is that a holiday? Is it a work? Is that where you're based now? Tell us a little bit about why you're in Nam.
Yeah, so, we're in the fortunate position. Snode has, over the years, picked up a lot of clients cross-border. We find ourselves in Southeast Asia a lot. We've got a huge client base in the Philippines, and we're now kicking off operations in Vietnam. But we still, our largest base is still our African base, second being Australia and Southeast Asia.
Okay, cool. So we'll delve into that a little bit later on, but let's take a step back. Tell me about your career background. Tell me about Nitin. Where did you cut your teeth? And where did the idea from Snode come from? How did this all kind of come about?
All right. So my background is penetration testing. So, banks, governments would hire us to gain unauthorized access to their networks. And over the years, what we found is that was incredibly easy. It made me realize we weren't helping the client solve the problem. If every year I come back and I do a penetration test, and I can gain access to the networks and to your sensitive data assets, it made me ask myself the question, are we really solving the problem? And that led me down the road or the path to understanding how we chose to solve the problem. So at the time, this would have been about 2011, what I realized is a lot of our detection systems still use signature-based detection. And that was fine in the 80s and the 90s where, hackers were predominantly kids in their bedrooms, etc. You weren't dealing with organized crime. You weren't dealing with nation-state attackers who are as resourceful as they are today. And that's why attacks are so prevalent. But it's also about the diversity and the advancement of the attacker. And then I looked at our detection capabilities and, we kind of still approach detection in the same way with signature-based detection. And it's just not plausible in today's day and age to think that you're going to stop an attacker, by developing signatures for every type of malware, that exists on the planet today. So a better form of detection was required. This led us down a research path where we looked at everything from artificial intelligence to machine learning to mathematics, specifically Bayesian mathematics. And we found a detection system that worked for us incredibly well. And initially, we gave it to clients within the industrial sector, specifically in the mining sector. And from there, the business just self-propelled and took a life of its own. Very quickly, from becoming a consulting service of, where we were analyzing traffic, we realized we had accidentally built a product. Okay. And that's a story of the birth of Snode.
Okay, cool. So tell us a bit about Snode itself. Tell us about the business model, the business philosophy. How have you grown from this kind of accidental consultancy into a business that you are today? I think I've seen somewhere that you're on 6 continents. You're presenting live today from Southeast Asia. How have you gone from being in South Africa to kind of conquering the world?
Yeah, it's quite an interesting story. So we started off actually in my mom's house, like all good startups tend to do. And today we monitor 5 million devices around the world, everything from agri-tech in the Philippines to mines in South America. And there's only so many hours in the day, and the attackers never sleep. Security is a 24/7 job. So the question was, how do we take what we do and the value we add as human beings And how do we scale that? How do we give that to 100 companies, if not 1,000 companies, or maybe the entire globe at scale, in real time, and all time, for all time, so 24/7. And this is where Snode came into its own. So on top of the ability to detect attacks that were like previously undetected, as we mentioned before, the other area where we did a lot of learning and research and innovation is automatic response. So we call it traditionally active defense, and we've designed systems that essentially respond to threats in real time. The responding to an attack today, 5 minutes after the event occurred, is already too late. And the complexity and the diversity of the environments that we need to protect today, with the emergence of IoT, wearables, bring your own device, multi-cloud, software as a service, to think that you can have a team of human beings responding to the array of attacks that we experience on a daily basis. It's just cognitive overload in terms of data, and it's just not efficient, to do it in terms of human response. So we strongly believe in security automation. So this very next feature we chased straight after we had superior threat detection and vulnerability detection was automatic response. And today we use automated response systems in the cloud, in OT environments, in IT environments, covering all diverse landscapes, for mining, industrial, agriculture, power grids, critical national infrastructure, all those kinds of environments. Yeah.
Okay. And then the business itself, I mean, you said it was kind of a small startup in your mum's, I want to put words in your mouth and say in your mum's garage, mum's basement. Those are usually the kind of places that they talk about with startups. But like, how big is the company now? How has it grown? What challenges have you faced in terms of, because I think people look at businesses and they look at successful entrepreneurs and they think, oh, they've got this lifestyle, or it's just come easy to them. But I think the reality is it's very hard to build a business. There's a lot of unseen kind of work and blood, sweat, and tears that goes into building a business. Mm-hmm. So tell me a bit of that background of the actual kind of from, founding the business, growing it. What kind of challenges have you faced?
So I think the biggest challenge is an interesting one. I think as Africans, and not just South Africans, we sometimes discount ourselves and our own capabilities, even though we've got great thought leadership and we've got a great history and innovation in specifically in the defense arena. I think the biggest battle that we had to face was to convince our own audience that we were capable of building world-beating technology that would not just be embraced locally and across the continent, that would be embraced globally as a technology of choice that came from our shores. And I think it's not the nicest thing to say, but we had to achieve a lot of success cross-border before we were given the opportunity to show what we can do here locally. And almost as early as this morning, I had a local state client asking us, how do I know I can trust a South African solution, to look after me? And in the world we live in, a lot of countries are asking, how do I know if I can trust a cross-border solution? You see what's happening with TikTok, the US banning Kaspersky and other Russian products and Chinese products from the US, and the US and the Russians, performing much of the same, even across neutral countries. Some of the reasons why Snode is so successful cross-border is because a lot of African countries want to adopt more African technology. And I find at home, it's ironic that we have the inverse. So that was the biggest problem that we had to face. And I think if there's ever like only one challenge or problem I solve, it's to help us perform that paradigm shift as South African thought leaders, providers, and just an information security community, to propel us onto a global stage and to be the catalyst and to assist, not just myself, but like many other companies. We have great companies in South Africa, but to take some of these brands, to take some of these people, and to take some of our thinking and put it onto a global stage where, may I add, it's sorely needed.
Sure. Okay, cool. I mean, you've obviously kind of worked across, and we've discussed, or you've mentioned the fact that South Africa almost kind of resisted adopting your solutions because it wasn't like there's this lack of maybe trust of competency of local solutions. But what have been the big differences when you've kind of gone out beyond maybe Africa or into Africa, but also into Southeast Asia, into the other continents? What have been the differences in those different markets? Like, what have you sensed maybe in East Asia that we wouldn't get here?
That's an excellent question. So in Southeast Asia, like I'm in Vietnam at the moment, it's quite the opposite, right? Whether you're in Vietnam or Nigeria, I've been posed with this comment. I love what you have, but I need to see if I can find a local provider or if someone locally is doing something along the same lines. So I think a big part of the conversation here is, do we have local capabilities? Do I have local service providers or local OEMs who I should be supporting, before I support, somebody cross-border or an international sort of big brand? I think the other big change I see is it's quite simple. I think because in South Africa, we support a local market and we're not entirely focused on export. And that might just be because of the previous comments we were making on, those limitations, those mental blocks that we've created ourselves. Here, they don't have those mental blocks. So their big driver is, how do I export Vietnamese innovation into other countries? How do I get Vietnamese innovation, or how do I get more Kenyan innovation or Nigerian innovation, or along the same lines? And how do we as a community of security professionals actually propel each other into this global market where we move from this mindset of scarcity into this mindset of abundance? And I think that's when you see companies potentially putting what we in South Africa would think our competitors' posts, liking them, forwarding them, getting them the visibility and the audience that they need to build the brands at a global scale. So when you have global companies who cross that chasm and start doing business globally, do they take their fellow South African companies and start liking their posts, pushing their brands into this new audience and into this new arena where we move as a community? I think it's a great privilege to represent our cybersecurity community. And make no mistake, I feel I am a product of that community. Everything I've learned from the people around me in South Africa, and I've been blessed in that way. And I think part of my, part of the liability on me now is, how do I actually propel others? How do I, that's why we work with you specifically on the hackathon. Is how do I impart the knowledge that was imparted onto me, onto other young professionals? But now as a business CEO, how do I beyond take Snode into these different markets? How do I, partner locally? How do I take other South African innovations and South African innovators so that they don't have to pay the school fees we paid? How do I, how do they leverage our position, and how do we lean on each other? And I think when you think about the turbulent times ahead for South Africa, and the turbulent times that we're experiencing right now, these are the lifelines, and this is the value that I think is needed. So also, I think it's an important time for the right kind of message like this to go out to our community.
So maybe if we look at the hackathon, and thank you again for your support of the hackathon with us.
Absolute pleasure. Thank you to ITWeb as well for supporting it.
Well, I mean, I think the key part there is obviously we're kind of looking at giving people opportunities and kind of skills development, as you kind of alluded to. I mean, looking at those different markets, do you feel that you're kind of getting a better sense? We often kind of cover it here locally about our own lack of skills and kind of skills development in cyber. I mean, in IT in general, but cyber is obviously particularly kind of important. Is that something that you're seeing internationally as well in the other markets you're in? Is there a kind of a lack of skills there, or are we kind of at the same level as everyone else? Everyone's kind of looking to develop and kind of bring people up.
So 100%, I do, in my experience, South Africa is experiencing a bit of a brain drain right now. I think the world sorely needs cybersecurity skills, and I think some of these young professionals are very attractive to a global market. I mean, as South Africans, our quality of education is extremely high. Quality tertiary institutions is very high. So the quality of graduate or information security professional you're getting from South Africa is considered to be of a very high standard. If you look at any of the security conferences, it's not unusual to find a lot of South Africans presenting all over the world. So I think in terms of thought leadership, South Africans are up there. I think when you take our current situation in SA, with the turbulence that I mentioned before, I think a lot of these young professionals are deciding to work abroad, which is sad because it does leave a bit of a void. And I think, me personally, I can see the void in South Africa. I can see the clients struggling for skills. I can see my peers running security consulting firms and other various different types of technology companies, all experiencing the same. There is definitely a brain drain going on that we'd love to address. I think the only real way to address not only the brain drain but some of the issues we experience in South Africa is through innovation, entrepreneurship, to give them a more attractive offer to stay local and to live and work here.
Yeah.
I think globally the situation differs from country to country. There's definitely a shortage of skills across the globe, but you see countries like Vietnam, where I am now, they have award-winning cybersecurity teams. But like 5 years ago when we got here, it was very much an open market. So I think to a large extent, a lot of the emerging and developing economies around the world are seeing cybersecurity as an opportunity to potentially leapfrog and put themselves in that, the lead position for thought leadership, for product, for services, and then to export, that intellectual capital across the world and put themselves on the map for robotics, for IoT, for cybersecurity, and other, fourth industrial revolution kind of concepts and ideas. And, Vietnam has done that very well. When you look at countries like Philippines, for example, Philippines struggle with the same sort of situation that we struggle with in South Africa. So I was essentially speaking to one of the lead agencies for cyber intelligence in the Philippines just a week ago. And he was telling us that 2/3 of all their CISP qualified people are abroad and work abroad. And I think, we're gonna, that situation is in South Africa is only going to worsen if we can't find the right reasons to attract and keep our talented South Africans at home.
Yeah. Okay, cool. Well, let's change it up a bit. So I grew up as a kid. I used to watch James Bond films. I've enjoyed some of the Jason Bourne series of movies. And that kind of world of international espionage, like, it often seemed quite fictional. Like it looked real. It was set in a real world, but it was far away, and there was glamorous people and cars and lifestyles and stuff. It almost seemed a bit kind of fantastical. But the more I read around cyber, the greater the role of kind of nation states seems to kind of be involved. I've just finished a podcast, and I'd recommend, if you haven't listened already, called The Lazarus Heist. And that focuses on the Lazarus gang in North Korea.
Yeah.
And then, yeah, they're obviously kind of, or not obviously, but they're backing the potentially the nuclear ambitions of that state. We've seen allegations about the AU's headquarters being kind of bugged by a Chinese telco. We've seen backdoors and other things put in place by American kind of agencies. It seems like wherever you look, there's an East versus West and us versus them. We've obviously, as we've kind of, or you alluded to earlier, we've got the Ukraine-Russia issue, and wherever South Africa sits on that, yeah, I'm sure we'll find out in the next few days. But yeah, I mean, we seem to kind of focus on these kind of East versus West, but I think there's a lot going on there in terms of perhaps national state or nation states with their own interests. There's kind of a lot of evolution, as far as I can tell, in cyber diplomacy, in sovereign security, and the cyber landscape seems to be like this new battlefront. It's an area that I think you've kind of looked at a bit more than I have, obviously. So yeah, give me your kind of insights. What are you seeing there? What's your take on how this whole situation is playing out?
So cyber espionage is a big concern for many countries, not just the countries involved with Russia, Ukraine, or China, Taiwan. It's becoming more and more of an issue in Vietnam because of the Chinese-Taiwan conflict. You know, there's a lot of concern, especially around naval capabilities. You know, if you think about where all your major cybersecurity platforms come from, it either comes from the US, it comes from Israel, it comes from China, it comes from Russia. So it's very hard as a neutral to understand where do you sit within this environment. You know, there's more and more concerns growing around, you know, whether, you know, the power of the Five Eyes, and there's more and more concern growing around China and, you know, applications like TikTok. And then in the Middle East, you've got, you know, the case with dark matter and the eavesdropping on you know, instant messaging communications and the scandal that erupted there. But you don't have to go far. You can look at South Africa, and you can look at the recent incident where the leaks from the NSO group, who are the creators of the spyware Pegasus, show our own president was potentially a victim of the spyware. So cyber espionage is very big, but it's been around for forever. I think we're starting to ask these deep questions around our supply chain, which we didn't ask before. Like, where are we getting our security technologies from? Another big question that clients are starting to ask is around technologies like SSL interception. Does it make sense to give up our secrets in the name of security? This is one of the areas which, you know, I'm a big protagonist for privacy preserving technology. As a matter of fact, Snode's patent for our technology is all around being able to detect attacks in ciphered communications, where our clients don't have to hand over the encryption keys, so we don't have to have access to their secrets in order to protect them. And interestingly enough, we're one of the very few technologies in the world that actually do this. I think technically a lot of people would understand this because they're used to technologies, you know, performing things like SSL interception, or, you know, pretty much becoming a man in the middle in order to protect encrypted communications and traffic, because, you know, we know no other better way. That has been the standard way to do that. But if you look at the vulnerabilities embedded within the security technologies that we trust with these certificates, that also introduces an entirely new facet of concern or risk that needs to be managed. Am I going to trust all my secrets to this technology? And, you know, what's the security posture of that technology itself to hold all my secrets? So with that in the backdrop or in the back of my mind, I think the future of Snode is really to provide privacy preserving technology where we're doing threat detection and vulnerability detection within ciphered streams without you having to give us your encryption keys or letting go of your secrets. This has been widely adopted. It's why we have so much success with intelligence agencies, critical national infrastructure, and now we have a lot of banks starting to adopt the technology, across border. A lot of these institutions, power grids, ports, are starting to worry about where they get their defense technologies from, and in the event of some form of conflict, where would they stand and how secure, would the infrastructure and the security posture be if they didn't have local capability?
So something that you said there that made me kind of think a bit more broadly. As a South African founded company, and as a kind of African nation, we kind of sit in between the East and West, and you kind of mentioned the bigger players, and we kind of buy solutions from them generally. Are you hoping that as this kind of coming from somewhere in the middle, we're going to have more trust internationally because of that? And to throw a cat amongst the pigeons, what do you think of like the seeming alliance with Russia, and how do you think that kind of affects the outlook for Snode? Is it kind of, are you going to be seen more internationally as, hey, you're from South Africa, therefore you're leaning more this way? What's your kind of take on those subjects?
So we were adopted by many countries for, I think there's three big reasons at the forefront of why so many countries are adopting Snode for sovereign security. I think number one is we're privately owned. I'm not sure if you know this, but a lot of security companies are backed or funded by intelligence institutions like the CIA or Mossad, which is the intelligence division of the Israeli Defense Force, or MI6 or the likes, right? And we're one of the very few privately owned institutions that work in this space, not just within the threat detection space, but we do work protecting elections, protecting critical national infrastructure, predictive policing, and a host of other applications which are cyber related, but fall within the traditional realm of defense. So the second reason is because South Africa for a long time was seen as a neutral place to source your technology from. That, of course, has changed, but it wasn't just the Russian warship that landed on our shores that changed that. It was when we started doing the naval exercises with China and Russia. Yeah, I can say this to you now because it's not under any sort of secrecy or contract, but we were kicked out of a major defense contract when we started that particular exercise, and they made it quite clear to us that it was because of South Africa's position on those exercises. So I do think, if you're asking me, does it affect our business? I think, in all honesty, it really does. That contract was, Canadian, and it was a 5-year contract for us, and it was, our partners were in Canada and the US and all over the world, and it would have been great for a South African company to have been in the mix of a contract like that. So it does hurt business. I don't criticize without a clear understanding. I don't think that's my place. I don't think I have enough insight to understand why and how we do it. But if the question is, has that impacted our business? Yes. I do think, before I'm a businessman, I'm a South African. I think if the decisions we make are the right decisions for our country and position us in, for the greater good of every South African, I'm quite happy to not make too much of a fuss. But I do, it does open the question, how does that hurt my peers, my fellow members of the community? How does that hurt all our endeavors to take South African businesses across the globe? And I think it would be wrong for me to stand on the, on a forum, in a forum like this, and not to say that it does hurt. It does hurt our business. It's directly impacted our bottom line. The third reason why people are taking the technology from South Africa is because South Africans are outperforming a lot of, are doing a great job cross-border. I think you have South Africans in working in these countries. I think they do a great job of raising the flag. I think you've got South African businesses, like Orange, I know is now part of Orange Telco, but Senspos, Telspace, the list goes on, right? I could give you a huge list of South African companies who represent us as a community across the globe. And I think that's made our lives so much easier to walk into a boardroom and say we're from South Africa, and everybody, you're welcome as a thought leader because of so many of the thought leaders that preceded myself and Snode Technologies. And let me take the opportunity to thank members of the community and my peers in this industry for flying the South African flag. And I think that's a very, very positive thing that I have experienced, going, taking my business overseas.
Nathan, I'm going to ask you one last question, and it's my go-to last question because it kind of covers all bases for when I forget to do stuff, which happens a lot. Is there anything that we haven't discussed? Anything that you want to kind of add? Any closing thoughts that you would like to put out there for the world to consume?
No, look, I'm gonna be missing the event. So to all my friends, all my peers, even the people who think they're my, who feel we're competitors back at home in South Africa, know that I miss you guys, and that I wish I could be there. To the kids at the hackathon, I'm so sorry I can't be with you guys. That's probably, the saddest part of doing this interview virtually. To the CEO of ITWeb, the guys at Geek Culture, the team at ITWeb supporting the hackathon and the conference. Good luck. Thank you for everything you've put in, all the hard work, all the hours. I'm going to miss you guys too. And to my team who will be supporting Snode. I miss you guys a lot, and I hope to see you guys soon, all of you. And thank you for this opportunity, and I hope you guys enjoy the conference. And if y'all have drinks, have a beer, have one beer, and think of me.
Cool. I was getting quite emotional there, Nathan. Okay, well, that's been great. That's been fantastic, Nathan. It's been great to speak to you today, and hearing your thoughts on Snode, on cyber sovereign security. It's a fascinating area. Nathan Naidu, thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. Cheers. Bye-bye.
Three. Good morning, everybody. We're back at the broadcast booth at the ITWeb Security Summit for day 2. My name is Ivan Regasek. I'm here with my dear friend Tiani Ngunyama, the CEO of P-Culture, to talk about the hackathon. So I went home and I got some rest, but I was a little bit late this morning. Wow. Tell me you didn't sleep a wink. So can you tell me the girl last night, what's happening at the venue?
All right. Morning, and thank you for having me. So we essentially, you know, these hackathons are always interesting. We get sort of different characters, different things that it brings that nature of a hackathon because anything can happen, and we essentially managed to survive the night. Guys were up all night, but we did the midnight pitches, but then we see some, really innovative on how to take a nap. I think you have seen how they get in. You look around, you see someone under a desk. You look around, you see someone in the far corner. And
Jumping up and saying yes.
So there were those moments, and some of them you actually see them as there's a concept called sleep code. So you see someone falling asleep, but they're still writing code.
Yeah, I didn't know it had a name. Okay, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, but the night was exciting. We got to see the MEP is pushing to ensure that they get their ideas for the presentation. Yeah,
Okay, so the night was busy.
very very busy. Very busy, and fortunately, we still had some of the mentors to be assisting them throughout the process. Great mentors, a great community that is always there to ensure that they need to provide assistance as needed.
Yeah, actually, I forgot to say we just heard from Nathan and Snode. Big thank you, Nathan. Shout out. This wouldn't have happened without him. He's in Thailand, but he's still making it happen. He's making this broadcast big happen. We miss you, buddy.
No, the lunch will be on him when he returns.
Yeah.
All right, yeah.
Yeah, so in terms of, I'm excited to see what happens. To listen to the judging, I don't know what my role is this year. I'm kind of around, not really mentoring. But yeah, I don't know.
So I always prefer you to have your mentoring, being on the ground with the teams, with your sounds are valuable. And it goes to show, because from a code developer generational transmission, always a lot more to learn. But what we found interesting for people like Steve is that they too are actually learning in the process. So maybe let me ask you something. Have you um, came across that process of being a mentor, but you end up being the one who's actually learning in the process?
My mom was a teacher when she was back in Serbia. I have some of that element in me, and the kind of reward for it is the joy of winning. So yeah, obviously mentoring it's a two-way street. That's also why we enjoy the hackathons. We like to be a little bit young. Reminds me when I used to do it.
Yeah.
When I was actually at this print, some of the corporate ones.
Did you ever win any?
Okay.
Did you ever win any of these hackathons?
Did they both?
Did you ever win?
Did I ever win?
Yeah.
I had a good record.
That's one of my favorite highlights from last night actually was former participant of the Security Summit hackathon. It actually attended the mentor this year. It's mentoring 2 young ladies. And he has been giving them guiding and he has helped them, and he has been providing assistance. And it took some time last night as well to also address the rest of the teams, especially the city college teams, on the right approach to ensure that they are able to, to follow the right procedures, looking at how to create attack trace, how to ensure that they're able to achieve the set goal. So that was really something exciting. And it's also that cycle that this hackathon has been building. No, we've got guys that were brilliant in the past hackathons, they win, but then come back to have those things. But obviously, we also love the fact that this hackathon has been producing that's needed skills. So number of guys have been hired through this hackathon, and they get to these awesome organizations like Tailspace, even Snode, which is quite awesome, and they then get to still have time to impact back. So I think that is something we should really celebrate and elevate more. Should be telling more stories like that.
Yeah, yeah. No, I'm gonna. When you're ready there, I was gonna ask you. Yeah, some of the success stories. But maybe before that, let's take it back to the beginning, like when we met, and why we started the hackathon. Uh, but what year was it? 2017.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. Do you remember our first meeting?
First meeting. Jeez.
Or the first impression?
Well, I didn't really think you were. I could not have thought that we were developing. Well, I knew. I think we were at the ITWeb board.
Yeah, I think. Yeah.
Yes. I could not have thought for a second that this is one of us. I'm always good at spotting people say that, hey, that's one of us. But um, having to see you having that passion to look at what you can bring to those skills. I never thought you were deep down even still. But eventually I could go to see that no, this is definitely one of us.
Well, thank you. Yeah. Also, because the first time I met you, you like came in, small, humble, a little bit.
Oh yes, I am humble. Thank you. Thank you for connecting that. Actually.
Interesting. We were looking. I was looking with Alison. You remember? And, hackathons. I loved hackathons because I participated in some of them. And, kind of starting them up, and then she kind of brought you in. Okay, we got a partner for the hackathons, and yeah. At first sight, I was like very confused. Who is this? Who is this guy? But then, somewhere I'm kind of talking about, okay, we need to have a but then I don't know, you jump up and you start asking lyrics about this security and skills development and all this IT stuff, and I was like, okay.
All right.
Yeah.
Our second meeting actually was from Snode offices in Century. I remember we started off the meeting by going to make coffee at the vacation. That was something quite interesting for me actually because it sort of like brought out that culture, making it easy, just a bunch of people who want to make change, discussing ideas over coffee. And that's when we thought of the idea for in which we felt and pursued it to make that thing. How do we introduce more skills development angle to this and help these guys to come up with ideas? So And the team at Snode supported that vision, and we eventually had the first ideathon in 2017, which was quite awesome, and it has become a consistent culture of this channel.
Yeah. Well, on that note, shout out to Nathan again. It's also, we mustn't forget, or to tell the audience, actually, in this format that we run in Hackathon, we have the pre-selection and we run an ideathon from year one earlier about solving some of the challenges, about organizing it. And, yeah, he's been there. We'll talk soon, buddy, if you ever watch this.
But I think it's also quite great that sort of like some of the original crew members, mainly, so due to many, very many, how to create a testing criteria that would fit for this hackathon, because it needed to be a security hackathon. And many had been quite instrumental in that regard. But for me, it's the commitment around the brand of the security. I still have many and some other original members like Steve, for an example. And we should actually maybe get together with Stephen and the rest of the crew from the original times. But there's been a lot of great moments. We went to Kimberley together, we had a lot of impactful programs at that side. But having to see CEO of ITWeb, the CEO of Snode, having to spend all night helping these young techies to think, to train, to be able to use their skills to build something. That is something very commendable. And it does resonate the brand of the Security Summit. And that's why it is always exciting. It is always exciting to look at what could be the possibilities of of seeing something even far greater than the previous year.
Yeah. Well, I kind of take it back because I also want to ask you about the progress since the beginning. But yeah, we do it. It's always for skills development. You walk into the conference that skills development.
Oh.
Everybody's kind of talking skill shortage. We're talking 4 hours. There's like a lot of stuff, and I definitely believe that if government, industry, academia get together, she solve the challenges. And that's kind of why we did. We thank the guys that have been loyal. We always appreciate anybody else getting involved. But yeah, so how have you seen, like, sort of over the years? Because it's in terms of the talent, has the event, has it evolved? Has the whole, actually not just this event? In the past, you told me that yeah, thankfully it made some impact that some people noticed it and these sort of things. But just in terms of the general geek culture, because the thing that I really actually sitting in that first hackathon and thinking about it, it's kind of the best thing that you can do for the whole thing is make a culture where people want to do this stuff.
Yeah, no.
And even Skinny's Skinny is now a geek culture. He was a participant in the first year, but now he's a geek culture employee. During his first night, he was very discouraged. He was getting confused with the ideas, and he was about to give up. And then during the night, he made a film about the hackathon, and he used it as a theme, but I still think it's kind of cool for the actual culture.
Yeah.
It wasn't an IT project, but it was something that actually brings it up. So you work a lot with. So the things I respect about you is also from the beginning, I noticed that you really care for it. You don't want to share the details. You don't want to tie them into technology. You want to make it good for them. And secondly, that you have this big culture student society and you work actually on all the campuses. So I don't know how is the geek culture doing over the years, and I don't know what.
Okay. Yeah, no, I think,
Give us a bit of a timeline.
yeah, so I think it's interesting that you mentioned the student society as well, because hackathons like um, the Security Summit hackathon, we have always said that we want to instill that mindset of secure by design. Fresh from varsity, how do we then get these young students, aspiring developers to be able to be groomed with the right set of skill sets, to be able to be groomed to ensure that as they get to the industry, they've got the right capability to be able to adapt to the environment, and also ensuring that they are building softwares that are adequate enough and can stand a test of quality. But in terms of your first question around sort of the impact, um, for us, it has been, here is a student developer. They have learned, they've learned C++ in the classroom, because most universities still do that. They might have learned HTML in their own space. They might have built a simple website as such. But how do we then start to change their mindset to ensure that they're able to adapt to some sort of best practices, especially in security? So that has been one of the key highlights in ensuring that we're able to change the mindset. The second thing, we're able to persuade someone to follow a career in the security space. Because you remember the first hackathon, I was asked to speak on stage, and I said that we want to use this hackathon to be able to build a strong cyber army in South Africa. Guys who have got the capability to be able to step up and say that we care for the critical infrastructure in South Africa. We want to be the people who can defend the critical infrastructure in South Africa. And that's what we've been instilling through a hackathon like this. And some of these guys have gone on to pursue careers in the cyber security space. So that's another sort of like success around it. The other one is shifting also the mindset in government. We have been fortunate enough since 2017 to work with the Northern Cape Department of in the Northern Cape. We have supported the Security Summit hackathon. In some cases, we would go to Kimberley to host that side, or the guys come this side. So that notion to spark the interest of government institutions like that, to realize the value of a hackathon like this. Um, in the premier, as we're talking about it in the state of the progress address, that is one of the key successes, because it does show that we are being listened to somehow. There are people who are willing to listen and accept some resources into it. The other one is how we have managed to ensure that the community stays strong. So I'm talking about mentors. I'm talking about guys who want to come back the following year to participate. I'm talking about some of the supporters of the hackathon as such, because the hackathon has built something that people believe in. To be able to say that we are committed to continuing this, we are committed to building the skill capacity, we are committed to supporting whatever driven. So you remember just after COVID-19, you had some very interesting things as well. And the guys believed in that when we were able to implement the hackathon against that belief. So having something to believe in is always something good. And one of the major success stories is how many young tickets have been hired through the hackathon. Sometimes what we try to do as well, you remember the likes of PwC, for example, who then ask that they go through a backward program, a scholarship program and such, and they've been taken into acquire some real industry experience.
We need a lot more of that, but I'm still waiting for the unicorns coming from Africa.
Yeah, no, definitely.
Yeah, making a big impact in the world. Like we have challenges as a country, but we still believe in it. I do. We have a goal. I don't know. I hope there's a cyber army will happen one day. But initially, in terms of interest, I know the people that are actually studying on the campuses, but also, from what I understood initially, is also you had a place where somebody that just wants to, is maybe not studying it, but is working on campus, is interested in IT. They can come and check out the stuff, which is kind of your student society. So how are they doing? So like,
Yeah, no.
can you tell us which universities and how are the?
Yeah, so recently actually we've just gotten 41st Agricultural Society chapter in South Africa. We had attempted one in Botswana as well, but in South Africa, we do have student society chapters in different campuses. And the aim of those is to enable students to have technological and innovation leadership, and also enable other students to be able to grow through that. But geek culture essentially then becomes that vehicle for one to be able to say that I can come to a geek culture platform and I can grow my skills. I can be able to utilize these skills. I can be able to ensure that I grow in the process, but we also encourage skills redistribution. And eventually, how do you then let the job or start a business out of that? And hackathons also provide that process. But I wanted to actually mention that Guardian Health, you remember Guardian Health was formed at the hackathon we did.
Actually, at the BI Summit, yeah.
Yes, so just 3 weeks ago, actually, they had an official launch. And in their platform, they've got doctors, they're hiring doctors. They came from the hackathon. That is something to be excited about as well. So, some of these things is slow, but there is progress. There is progress, but obviously at the base of it, from a culture standpoint, skill development becomes a crucial thing as well, because we need to ensure that we are building the capacity. But the capacity, as you correctly say, it does need to translate into a unicorn that we want to be really, really proud of.
Why did you start? You told me the story, but can you tell the people why did you start geek culture? And from what I remember, it was not of a hackathon.
No. So, not sure. Actually, this is the original founder of Geek Culture, and then I joined in, and then I came in from a technical, and then we implemented Geek Culture to be a platform. But it all started out from this notion of students. From certain institutions in South Africa in the past, some students would not be easily hired by different institutions, but you can see that with this capacity, they are able to build some really great products. So we wanted to ensure that Good Culture provides that platform for them to get industry exposure, to get exposed to what's out there. Whether it's big corporations, but that was the first step. How do we expose students to the industry so that they can get work opportunities, collaborative opportunities, but also be able to identify their space within the ICT sector. Yeah, and then obviously the culture had then evolved as we tested out a number of things, but the original original motive and the mantra of culture still remains. But at the end of the day, how do you build a strong, vibrant, and sustainable culture in South Africa? And that's why we're excited to be partnering with platforms like this, because it's another vehicle to ensure that the ecosystem stays strong. The culture is leading towards building that unicorn that many of us so wish.
Because you don't want to tell the story about your friend from university. He solved something for the disabled.
Jeez. I've got so many stories.
Okay, not this
I've
time.
got so many stories, but it has been a very interesting journey. But I did meet Visual through a hackathon, and promised me that there would be a lot of food culture. But started out as a joke, but eventually it became quite interesting because being a startup in the beginning, resources were scarce, so we would actually plan out to say, oh, okay, there's this event in the morning, we can go there have breakfast. There's this event in the afternoon, that's our lunch. And then in the evening, that essentially became our dinner. It was actually a funny thing, but that we tested out, but so we had to get a number of ways, and we had to ensure that we are able to elevate as many students as possible. But we have worked on projects in the beginning as well. Some worked, some didn't. There are always failures, but um, the journey has been quite exciting because culture does work with local and international organizations, whether it's government, corporations, and such. And but we're always excited to be able to play a role in South Africa to ensure that we're able to contribute towards the goal of being a great capable state.
Yeah, yeah. That's why I actually wanted you to tell the story because it kind of shows that. I mean, I know you. I know you do it for the because you care about this stuff.
Mm.
You're not really a business and maybe financial skills is that part is less important than the actual purpose of getting this stuff done, and that's what you actually really care about, and building a better country
No. So
Yeah.
yes, we do care about it, but at the end of the day, because culture has got 26 programs, we've got a team. We need to be able to support the team. We are mostly we're essentially self-funded.
Yeah.
And so we had to then look at how do we mix the two, the passion and ensuring sustainability at the same time. So hence we had to test out a lot of business cases, and that's always crucial when you're starting out something. You need to write out business cases and test them into implementation, and some of them will work, some of them will not work, but we've got a number of programs that uh, essentially do not make any profit at all, because we believe in ensuring that we support the ecosystem, and we really care about the ecosystem and its people.
Yeah. Yeah, no, definitely. I always believe that, I don't know, if the industry gives a little bit of time, obviously, I don't know, you're dedicating your life to it, but we're not asking
Yeah.
for that much, but maybe just like once a year.
Yeah, no, who wouldn't want a nice Christmas gift, right?
Yeah, give a day or two and try to pass on some knowledge.
Yeah.
Now, sure. I also agree that from my perception, the the average of the skills, because through the years there's always been like those guys that are like Mabu and others that are just uh, they are kind of unicorns in isolation, but the general sort of response and the things I'm really excited to see, because from the initial presentations from the ideathon there was lots of decent stuff. I want to see if these guys, what are they going to,
Yeah, no, definitely.
whether they just mark up about something, or there's some real stuff.
Yeah, no. I think this year's hackathon has been exciting. Yeah, so I'm really looking forward to the final presentations.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it does really. And I think there's always a panic at times. Firstly, do you wonder if people will actually show up? And then you also have to wonder if the solutions that will be produced will be of quality enough. Because we really just wanted to ensure that uh, uh, um, 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 that the hackathon grows not only from numbers. The numbers have never really been an issue, but the growth from ensuring that the skills are quite adequate, and it's creating something of greater value.
Okay. So you're a coder yourself, P.
Oh,
Yeah. So I don't know.
yes, Ivan.
Yeah. We're building a Sonke platform, and that's one of the things. What's your favorite languages?
Yes. Well, I try not to have favorite languages. No, and I don't really like to get
Yeah.
into
I also
debate.
try, but some are just nicer than
Yeah,
others.
I also don't like to get into the debate of which one is better. I'm more about, am I able to build a solution, obviously ensuring that we started from the right architecture, security always by design, and ensure that it gets used. That's the most important thing. So, because sometimes we tend to put focus on these languages, invest time, technologies, but that tends to become the death of us, because we get excited about technologies at the beginning, but that is always a contributor in most cases of projects failing. And this project never sees the light of day. So for me, my greatest excitement is having to use a certain technology, build something that will be used by the people. Through Sonke, we've hosted over 20 hackathons. There's a lot of things there in the target system. But obviously, there are other applications that we are building, and there's thousands of users. But to satisfy you, Ivan, in terms of your questions,
These days.
I'm really starting to enjoy Golang at the moment. And I'm also a classic guy, I still love PHP, I'm still a great lover of PHP. Um, JavaScript is actually quite good. Yeah, so I do work with JavaScript almost every day. Um, so, yeah, but
I get you, but I have to give a shout out because I do have a favorite language in JavaScript. It's been since actually HTML5 JavaScript.
oh, yeah,
Kind of
oh,
transition from ECMAScript 5 and transition into being a real enterprise language. Um, and I agree with you. Computer languages, all they have a purpose. They're good for something like sort of I don't know nations and their languages, and everybody has their strengths. Fully better than the other, but JavaScript is kind of the English. One of the reasons that I like it, not just apart from the syntax, which I do like in some of the simplicity, because it can be extremely ugly and it can be extremely complicated. Extremely simple, extremely ugly, and extremely beautiful. So I don't know, it's kind of like a weird language.
yeah.
Uh,
Well, there are a lot of JavaScript. Well, let me not say a lot. There are a couple. There's a couple of JavaScript libraries. And it has brought excitement within the tech ecosystem, especially with what would be described as Gen Z, the younger ones. But my worry there is we seem to be grooming developers that are mostly on the surface. They get excited about JavaScript, they look at the frameworks, but the no, they tend to not put too much effort on understanding the architecture behind, understanding the data structures, I should put it like that, ensuring that they fully understand the language and understand it fully.
no,
And,
no,
and,
sure,
and,
sure.
and that does affect the architecture of the solution in the long run. And that would essentially become a local host project that will always live on your laptop. So that's one of my worries at the moment, yeah, especially in the South African tech ecosystem, that tend to want easy wins, tend to um, to celebrate. So and I always say is that we are a country that loves celebrating too soon. Yeah, so too much and too long.
Right. It's good to celebrate as well.
Well, it is good to celebrate, but we must ensure that we have the basics sorted. We cannot be, claiming that we are giving OIR without taking care of the basics of ensuring that the larger population is well covered with basic digital literacy skills. No, so I believe that the basics must always be taken care of in order for you to achieve an adequate and a strong architecture in the long run. No, load shedding is another thing. We got too excited too much without really thinking and analyzing.
Who got excited about load shedding?
No.
Who's excited?
No. So
Except those guys taking
no,
the money. I don't know.
no. I didn't say anyone got excited about load shedding. What I'm trying to say is we've got load shedding because of such things of wanting easy wins without thinking the long term of less electricity generation to cover. We should have been able to predict population growth. We should have been able to ensure that we plan ahead. Invest in the basics to ensure that we've got a future that is well secure. So that's also my thinking around technology. We need to spend a bit of time investing in the basics to ensure that we're able to have strong, beautiful, and usable solutions. Yeah.
Yeah, but on the back to the languages, because it's the language of the web.
Yes. The language.
I'm gonna argue this point because I think it's quite important for. It's kind of I feel like HTML is something that kids need to learn in school.
Yeah.
Like coding and stuff, but because it's the language of the internet, and now JavaScript is the scripting language of the internet. I kind of feel everybody needs to know that one, and then you can use the specialty languages for all the special things that you need to do.
Yeah, no. So you're from time to time you do advocate your philosophy on web technologies, and I think that is brilliant. That is all the things.
I care about it. That's why.
Yeah.
Because I'm a geek.
Yeah. I care about it too, and I totally agree with you. And there's no bad in what's different.
Yeah. Okay. We're still friends. Okay. Okay.
All right, but yeah, we are still friends for now. But what kind of a friend calls another friend to do an interview after that friend has spent all night at a hackathon, has been
Hasn't slept a night.
has slept.
And now he needs to go into the boardroom and present it, and then we have the judging.
Yeah.
The main plenary.
Yeah, no, but that's the excitement of the hackathon culture, the thrill of it, the adrenaline, having to see ideas being transformed into something, seeing these young technologists getting excited about the possibilities of what could be. Sometimes their imagination is unwild, but it is really an exciting space to be in, because you're not just having people talk ideas. You're having people work on those ideas, and that is something to really be excited about. That we've got a country of young technologists that are committed to the vision. That's exciting.
Yeah. And yeah, may the interest continue. I mean, the culture. I do think see a lot of more kids being interested in IT. In today's world, it's maybe a thing of the past. They don't have an option except to see that okay, we use IT for everything.
Yeah.
And it's a new world.
Yeah, no, but it's also important to ensure that we also instill this culture of ensuring that we're always making business sense and business solutions. Because we cannot continue building. There's something called family planning in the tech world, you invest too much time in a solution with hopes as such. So we really need to ensure that we instill that culture from the beginning that we need to make business sense. We need to ensure that that solution has got a market. That solution is needed, and that is something we're emphasizing during the midnight issues of the hackathon as well. That do not create a solution that will become a problem at the end.
Yeah. I don't know. The thing I believe about business is if you create value, you should be able to make money.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, but
as long as
then how do
it's
you
not
build
easy,
that
you have to work, bruh. You have to work. You have to be good. You have to compete with all the other businesses and all the other international businesses.
Yeah,
The economy is not kind.
Yeah, having that value really does goes back to ensuring that you're building something that is needed to an existing problem, to ensuring that because sometimes we believe that our ideas are the best. These ideas sound great in our minds, but will they work in the real set? Does the next person need this idea? So we need to be honest on such. Will the next person be willing to pay money for this idea?
The thing that I find key in my own personal life is ideas are much easier than execution.
Mm.
I have a very long list of ideas that I actually even know how to execute, and then there's some ideas that I'm like, maybe I could execute, and then there's some ideas that would be really cool if I could execute, but I have no idea.
Yeah, but I remember around 2012, everyone had an app idea. Almost everyone had an app idea. Well, many still do, but it's quite interesting that um, I've got a blockchain idea. So it's exciting as well as to technology keeps evolving, and new enhancements are coming along, and we now have blockchain ideas, ideas. We've got and the emergence of APIs. The economy, well, not emergence of APIs. APIs has been there for quite some time, but the full
And
value.
it's standard architecture.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, the now more realized true value of APIs for business, for ensuring that innovation gets created, accelerates, and really gets to unlock new things. That is quite exciting, and we also need to instill that more. So these guys are creating solutions. But what is the value of the data? What is the value of ensuring that they are unlocking new services? And I know.
Yeah, making people's lives better. So in terms of the idea, I think it needs to add value, but making something better, making businesses more efficient, making the consumers' lives better, whatever it is. You find whatever that is, but then it's actually executing it in order to really do that.
Yeah.
Because it's we can all think of how if we had this thing, it can make our lives better, but then actually executing and getting a lot of this thing, and doing it right is that's the next step. So we're almost out of time, T. It wasn't so difficult. Right?
Let's speak for yourself.
We made it through.
Let's speak for yourself.
We made it through. Thank you very much for the time.
No, thank you for inviting me.
Yeah.
And this is a cool studio, by the way. Yeah. But so maybe next time, there's yeah.
Next time we should.
Oh wait. I'm saying next time you'll get excited to invite me again.
Okay.
No, but
Yeah.
let me not speak too much.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome back. I'm here live in the booth with Grant Hughes, who's the Principal Security Architect at NGen. Grant, nice to meet you. How's it going?
Thank you very much. Well, I enjoyed it.
Cool. So you said you were here yesterday and you're here today.
Yeah.
What have you enjoyed yesterday? What are you looking forward to today?
So yesterday, quite insightful talks. I quite enjoyed the keynote by one of the international authors on profiling of the hacker, understanding the mindset of the hacker, ultimately translating to the business we see. Quite insightful. In the Expo Center, a lot of the vendors are exhibiting next generation technologies, like artificial intelligence, all the emerging things coming through quite strongly. So quite a lot to see, quite a lot to learn.
I'm sure. Yeah, we were chatting this morning, and I think AI is like the big emerging theme coming out. But let me just open my question. Here we go. So your role as a cybersecurity architect, obviously you're kind of looking to the future. I guess a big kind of is preparing infrastructure, preparing the networks, preparing everything for what's going to come.
100%.
What's going to come? Like, how do you know what's going to come next? I keep getting told that it's such a fast-moving landscape. The threats are kind of emerging from day to day. How do you kind of plan for the future when you don't know what's going to come?
No, 100%. I think it moves fast and slow at the same time. So,
Okay.
so what we find is that you have malware 10, 15 years ago. What you have now is advanced malware. You've got malware that evolved into ransomware. You had social engineering in its most basic form. Today you have more advanced tactics. So I think it's the same set of tactics we're seeing, but it evolved over time. Now you've got artificial intelligence. What you will have now is you will have criminals using AI to create a very realistic phishing email.
Okay.
Previously, they were doing it manually. So I think it's going to be the core things over and over, but it will evolve in terms of sophistication. Now, I think one will wonder, how do you keep on top of, how do you stay in place in terms of what's happening? And if you look at your core frameworks, your NIST, your ISO, your PCI, those things actually move with the time as well. So
Okay.
if you look at PCI DSS, we had version 4 that came out 15 months ago, and they adapt these things because the threat landscape changes. So previously, even ISO 27001, the last one came out in 2013, the most recent one came out in 2022.
Okay.
And if you look at what's new in that standard, it now speaks to the importance of threat intelligence, understanding what the attacker is doing, understanding who's speaking about your organization on the dark web. So I think there's a lot of value in keeping your eye on those things. Certainly, you don't want to operate in a bubble. So things like the ITWeb Security Summit is quite important because when you come out here, you get speakers from all over the world. You get practitioners from across the world, even across the world, and they sharing their pain points and their insights and how they're tackling it. And you suddenly understand that I'm not alone in this, and there's actually a lot of people trying to solve this problem for you.
Okay. And I guess, like you kind of mentioned, at this event, the show floor here, there's a lot of exhibitors, there's a lot of vendors. Like you said, they're all kind of showing off their next gen tech.
Yes.
Who have you been most interested by? Who's kind of caught your attention for, I need to talk further to them? And what's the kind of tech and what there's their USP?
So I think looking at these vendors without mentioning any particular one, all of them has certainly adopted artificial intelligence inside of it, right? So for me it's quite comfortable because AI presents a host of opportunities, but from a cyber perspective, it presents a lot of risk as well. Now, what's comforting for me is that the vendors are also moving with the threat landscape. Because 10, 15 years ago, AI wasn't as strong a theme as it is today. So you look at EDR solutions, all of them embed some level of machine learning. Now, I think where the danger is for us is one just blindly accept that the solution provides AI, so therefore I am safe. So in my talk, I actually spoke to the fact that these solutions offer a lot of value, but there's a lot of work that has to go in. So artificial intelligence is most powerful when it comes to identifying patterns in data. So if you have somebody failing to log in here, you've got somebody doing a port scan there, you've got somebody enumerating ID here, those are all isolated events that on their own probably isn't that worrying. But when you tie them together, suddenly it could be more serious. And I think that's the power of AI and machine learning. It has the ability to rapidly piece those puzzles together, but we have to give it good quality data. And it's been my experience that that is where we are struggling. So we buy these things, we put it in, and then the technology will operate at 10, 15% of its actual capability.
Okay.
And that's a risk for the vendor because on their side, we come to the conclusion the solution actually doesn't work. While in fact, it's probably more an implementation issue or the fact that we probably wouldn't be ready for it just yet.
Okay. So then I think probably the stable question that I love to go to is what keeps you awake at night? Like, it's a very cliched question, I know, but what are the challenges that you face? Like, what really kind of, I'm worried about this. What keeps you awake at night?
So I think I'll give you a few things that worry me, right? And I don't think it's going to be unique to me. I think it's the general things that come through. I think the biggest thing for me is the fact that the landscape keeps moving so rapidly. So we as defenders, we have to be right every day, 100% of the time. The bad guy only needs to be right once.
Sure.
So now they can attack your process, they can attack your technology and your people. So you've got all these holes, you have a limited number of plugs, and you need to constantly prioritize what am I plugging at what point in time. And it's also, what's important today could not be tomorrow. So you've got artificial intelligence now, you've got ChatGPT, and there we've seen the first couple of weeks, Samsung employees with proprietary information in ChatGPT. Now that wasn't a concern 2 years ago, and now it is. The other day I spoke to a lady and she said, Grant, my company blocked ChatGPT. Why would they do that? And I'm not even sure that the company, the people who did it, understood why they did it. There's a lot of unknowns, there's a lot of danger. Now we have to move fast. We have to understand it for what it is. We have to understand that artificial intelligence comes with three strategic challenges. It's got flawed algorithms. Software developed by people, these models can make mistakes.
Sure.
So you probably don't want to hook up your high value business processes to it just yet. So you want to start small, low value business functions. You want to test a lot. The second one is going to be around cultural resistance. People are scared that this thing is going to take my job. So before you introduce it, educate your people. Have a compelling change story. Tell them, there's opportunity there, there's danger, but this is the do's and don'ts. And then lastly, and I think probably more relevant today, is expand the threat surface. What you have now is you've got everyone can be a hacker. What's the default boot number? What's the default password? What's the login page? And there you go. So I think a lot of value in protecting the human firewall, and that brings me to my next point. Fancy technology comes down to a person clicking on the link or sharing his password.
Yeah.
Yesterday again, the keynote speaker said that one of the 95% of the attacks come from a human error. So you call somebody, you say, just click on the link, people panic. Once you fear, control people. So I think what keeps me up or what worries me is the fact that we've got humans that can make mistakes. We have a threat landscape that moves at the speed of light. We've got a skill shortage, and skill shortage. It's one of those interesting things because on the one hand, you want to make it accessible for people to join. On the other hand, you must be responsible because it's a serious business. You put somebody there without experience and qualifications, and they make a mistake and you lose customer data, your business can go down. So you need to find this balance. And this is also where I see companies are tripping a little bit over themselves. They will take 10 graduates, but they only have a team of 4 or 5 strong people that have got a day job. They can't give those graduates the quality of time and attention to really upskill them. And now what you have is graduates there for 12, 18 months, but they're not really being honed and trained. And it takes very long to onboard them. In the process, they can lose interest in the discipline, and we lose them altogether. So I personally like to say, each one. So I was fortunate when I started, I had a one-to-one mentor, and it goes a long way. In a period of 6 to 8 months, you really understand things and you start operating. The other thing for me is the fact that from a skills perspective, I don't see a lot of hands-on training in the local context. We've got the international players, and it's all at the theoretical level. But that practical element, the cyber rangers, slowly but surely they're coming through the forefront. The big problem is on the HR front, you don't have companies asking for it. So the candidates not yet motivated to go down that path.
Right.
And I think we need to start changing that there because in this game, technical skill and real life experience does go a long way.
Okay. Grant, that's been great. I think you've scared me and informed me equally. So thank you so much for your time. That's been Grant Hughes from Engine. Next up, he's with us shortly, is Javier from Lupovers. Please subscribe. Please keep watching, and we'll see you soon. And welcome back. We're here at the ITWeb Security Summit. There's currently a break in the main agenda, so there's a little bit of background noise as everyone's on the shop floor enjoying some relatively tasty-looking snacks. I'm joined today, or now, by Xavier Bellikins from the Povus. So Xavier was a speaker yesterday, but he's popped into to give us an overview of what he spoke about. Also, some of the work that he's doing, which I think is quite interesting. Xavier, welcome.
Well, thank you very much for having me.
Pleasure, pleasure. So you spoke yesterday on a panel, I believe, about operational technology. Can you give us a brief of what you discussed? What were the kind of key issues that were?
So we were discussing essentially the threats against operational technology. What does that imply for South Africa? What does that imply for the world in general, essentially? And how do we make sure that operational technology is up to date and doesn't face any threats or reduces their attack surface?
Okay, cool. And just as before we got started, the name Povus, I thought was slightly unusual, but you explained it to me. Can you explain it to the audience?
Yes, so lupus, or the wolf, Ovis for the sheep, is the wolf in sheep's clothing, essentially. Okay. So we turn your network from a flock of sheep to a pack of wolves.
Okay, so that's very. So just give me a deeper understanding of why that's relevant to your name, what it is you do. Give us that.
We do cyber deception, essentially. So we deploy decoys inside and outside of network. We trick adversaries and let them come to us. And so we deploy services that look real and provide true positive alerts to our clients and say, look, nobody should ever touch the decoy. There's an alert right now. You need to look at them. We also do that globally. So we've got thousands of decoys deployed around the internet, and we let adversaries hit us while we gather information about them, how they operate, their modus operandi, and pass that on to our clients.
Okay. And then do you track individual hackers, or is it the bigger kind of picture of patterns and that kind of stuff?
Excellent question. So we actually track individual hackers. We also track groups, and we also correlate that across all of the industries we are present in. We've got a client in the financial sector. We'll correlate with what we see on the internet, so we can tell them, look, that threat actor, we've seen them before. This is what they are doing. So you may want to up your defenses on that side, or you need to remediate these CVEs, those type of information.
Okay. And what kind of threats are you seeing? So I love the Security Summit in the sense that it gives you this bigger picture. I think it's all lone wolf hackers, and then you find out actually no, there's nation states involved. There's lots more kind of group and organized crime. So what are you seeing? What's the kind of trends and threats that you're seeing?
All right. So this is quite interesting. So we actually look at a picture of the internet, and every minute we get a picture of the internet. And what we see is that the healthcare sector is definitely the sector that is the most sought after.
Wow.
We then see manufacturing, automotive, defense, naval. Those are the sectors. And interestingly enough, a couple of months ago, the FBI published a report. It correlates with what the FBI has been seeing themselves. And we see a number of healthcare organizations and Fortune 500 that have been breached recently. And we've seen quite a few organizations, healthcare organizations here in South Africa, as well as universities.
Okay. So again, in the back of my mind, I've got an idea that there was this kind of unwritten ethical code amongst hackers that they wouldn't target healthcares and those kind of things. That's obviously being proven false.
Everybody hoped during the pandemic, right? A couple of years back. And ultimately, healthcare has both operational technology, they hold a lot of data. Quite often, they have limited budgets for cybersecurity. The technology might be 30 years old, 20 years old, 10 years old, and they have vulnerabilities. And so it makes it an easy sector or a very appealing sector. And adversaries know that because if your data are out on the web, medical history is out on the internet, right? You'll be angry at your healthcare provider.
Sure.
And so they know that they play on that basis, and that's why they target the healthcare sector.
Right. Okay. And then you mentioned you're seeing some kind of examples in South Africa. You said that this is your first trip to South Africa.
That's right.
So yeah, what are you seeing on the ground here locally?
Well, we're seeing quite a lot of people that come to us. So and we've got like a will to improve cybersecurity. So and this is excellent. This is where it all starts, right? And one of the things that we've been discussing on the panel as well is you've got to get the basics right first, and then move on. And improving cybersecurity does not happen overnight. So it's always a long-term game, right? But the fact that there's so many people coming here at ITWeb and that are inquiring about how to improve their cybersecurity demonstrate that we are on the right path. Essentially.
Okay. Xavier, that's been great. Thank you so much for your time. This has been Xavier Belkin from Clovis. Stay tuned. We've got Stefan Heiner from Snode coming up very shortly. Yeah. Xavier, thanks for your time.
Thank you very much for having me.
Cool.
Then the plane will come. However, it is there currently. Currently, it's speaking of things that are beyond you. It's speaking of us that is beyond my control because now that is now part of the bigger business continuity phase where it's the business that needs to make. So if you go to our discipline, you will see there
There's also an academy now where you can learn stuff. So you learn to earn. You earn to learn. So you complete modules from the academy, then you get points. You use those points to do the next. Down from there you can choose like such a it's their way of making sure that you focus on the path. If you choose to stick with the path. It's really not that, but it's really
Hello and welcome back. We're here on the ITWeb Security Summit 2023 show floor in our broadcast booth, which is proudly brought to us in partnership with Snode. Talking of Snode, see how seamless that was. I'm joined now by Stefan Crano, who's the CTO of Snode. Stefan, welcome.
Awesome. Thank you for having me, Adrian.
Cool, it's a pleasure. So this morning I wanted to chat to you a bit about threat hunting. So that's the kind of main focus of Snode, right?
Yes, exactly.
So yeah, if we can dig a bit deeper into that, what is it? What is threat hunting? And I think we also talked about the network versus the security operations center. So give us an overview of threat hunting, what it is you do, and yeah, what we should be looking out for.
Excellent. Thanks, Adrian. I think in today's day and age, many customers and many enterprises are building SOCs, and what we are really looking for is adding the threat hunting component to just delivering SOC services. Okay. Now, to quickly give you just the difference between the two, normally a SOC is very reliant on the technology. Mm-hmm. It is something that we are busy automating with, like again, technology detection, something that happens continuously. And what the analyst would do in a SOC is they would wait for a antivirus to tell you that there's malware within the environment, or for the technology to tell you that data is currently being exfiltrated out to another network. Whereas when we're looking at threat hunting, it is very much, it falls into the active defense space where it is something that's very human. It is something where a human has to come up with a hypothesis to go and look for threats that has never been seen or been found before. So if I can give you an example of that is like an analyst like myself, or like one of our analysts at the office, they would think, okay, I'm looking at what do I want to find, and then starting from there. And that's something that an AI or machine learning cannot do. They don't have the human element to come up with this hypothesis in order to search for something that has never happened before.
And what sort of things would those be? What sort of incidents would they be looking for? I mean, you got like a niggling doubt, or you just want to kind of throw some general hypotheses out there?
I think the key about threat hunting is that you need to be targeted. So you need to come up with a hypothesis that you can test and that you can confirm. So what you would look for is if you have a suspicion. So there's a few methodologies that we can look at for threat hunting. Mm-hmm. One is looking at adversaries, so researching them, focusing on threat intelligence, and then going back into the environment and looking for traces of the intelligence that you've gathered. Sure. Another one is just social awareness, or just knowing situational awareness, knowing what is within the environment, knowing what is normal within this environment. So if an analyst works within a certain environment for a long time, they start realizing what is common, what are they expecting to see, and if they see something different, they go deeper into that. And then the last one is looking at just domain experience. Somebody that comes in and they know that this type of technology needs to work in this way, or this type of system needs to be accessed in this way, but I'm seeing different access patterns. That might indicate to me that I need to go deeper and look for something that is maybe wrong, or maybe an adversary within the environment.
Okay. And then I think we kind of chatted before, and you mentioned like looking for different data sources, and there's different kind of requirements for threat hunting. So can you kind of elaborate on that? What are those?
So I think in order to be able to threat hunt, you need to have access to data. If you do not have quick access to the data sources that will be able to give you the intelligence that you can confirm your hunt, or to actually continue your hunt, it's going to slow you down. Now, examples of data sources would be server data or endpoint data. So data that I'm getting from a laptop or from a server that's sitting within a data center. Now, in the olden days, you would have logged onto that server and went through the logs manually to go and find, well, when did somebody log in, who logged in at what time, maybe what access do certain people have. Where what we want to really start doing is onboarding all of these logs onto a single platform, having technology correlate these different data sets for you so that the analyst can work with enhanced data and correlated data, not having to log into different servers in order to almost extract that data.
I think one thing that you kind of mentioned was like the role of humans in threat hunting. And I think a lot of what we've heard from the various people, from the various presentations, seems the overarching thing seems to be AI, the impact it's having. So it seems what you're offering is a kind of a nice mix of both, where you're kind of using the AI is kind of augmenting the human. I think that's the
Yeah.
old kind of adage. But yeah, it's kind of helping humans to take away the mundane stuff and enabling them to focus on the more like skilled stuff, perhaps.
Yes. But I think what we want to do is we want to have the machines do the hard work, collecting data, bringing it all together, correlating. So machines are very good at working with massive amounts of data. I'm talking billions of records per day that it can go and scrub through and look for the things that we have seen before. And like machine learning AI is brilliant, but it's very good and it can only do what we have taught it. It can't come up with an idea. It can't come up with a different hypothesis in order to figure out what do I need to go and look for. And that's why the human element is still such a key concept within threat hunting. Now, at Snode, what we are looking to do is we're really working towards intelligence amplification, IA. So having the machines do the heavy lifting, bringing a lot of this to the fore, and then the human does the thinking, not the machine. Machine heavy lifting, the human does the thinking, and they can go and come to conclusions based on what the data says.
Okay. And Stefan, I think that's been fascinating. I'm just going to, back when I was a student, I used to watch Jerry Springer.
Yeah.
And the favorite bit was when he kind of had any closing thoughts. So I'm going to give you that Jerry Springer moment. Thankfully, there's going to be no ex-partners rushing in onto the stage. But tell us any closing thoughts, any kind of last things you want to leave with the audience.
No, I think we're just here to kind of bring the message again in terms of, look, having a SOC is brilliant, but I think adding a threat hunting component, adding that human element really elevates the whole experience in the terms of defense. So bringing in that human element and then adding that, even if you just do it once a month, just choose a random topic, choose something within the environment. Let me go and search whether this adversary is maybe within my environment. Do a little bit of research and then go and look for evidence of that. I think it's really a massive thing that's getting overlooked because everybody is speaking automation, everybody is speaking AI and what the machines can do for us. But if we start bringing it back and using the right tools, then the tools do the heavy lifting and adding the human components, I think then we'll start getting ahead of the cyber threat that we've got today.
Okay, fantastic. Stefan, that's been great. So that's Stefan Kreinau from Snode, who is our broadcast partner for the Security Summit. We're coming up shortly. We're going to have another interview, so please stay tuned.
Then I brought it back because it was too fast for me. I was scared. What I did.
is integrated the cyber company to ensure silo approaches are eliminated and a holistic approach is taken to cyber technology. The Threat Defense Center is not only a monitoring service, but a cyber security hub for all cyber security needs. As we actively scan the influence in cyber across customer areas.
Bueno.
I said I'm heading here.
Good afternoon. I'm Matthew Burbidge here at the ITWeb Security Summit, and I'm here with Len No today, who is a cyber evangelist for CyberArk. Welcome, Len.
Thank you very much for having me.
I've been looking forward to this interview ever since I heard I was going to be speaking to you. Before we get into your story, what does CyberArk do?
We are an identity security company. We've been around for a long, long time. We were actually the first company that actually invented the privileged access management space. We based our entire company around privilege and locking down all privilege. And we can do that for human identities, machine identities, APIs. Honestly, I consider us to be the gold standard of privilege and identity. I'm sure other people would have different opinions, but going from being a client of CyberArk at one point to the point where I actually joined the organization, I believe in our product, and I think we've done major benefits to the security industry as a whole.
All right, so I mean, obviously, identity management is a very hot topic, and as you say. And I suppose with the proliferation of, on-prem, off-prem, private, hybrid, multi-cloud, it's getting more complicated all the time.
Absolutely. Yeah. I've been in the industry now for going on 30 years. I've done every job you can imagine, from a programmer, app designer, administrator, system architect. And I miss those good old days of one operating system to one box.
Yeah.
But the concepts of cloud hybrid environments, we have expanded the attack surface so large, and we have so many tools out there. Trying to actually get good, reliable data becomes the actual challenge. I mean, every vendor out there has a product that says, I'm going to solve your problems. But with all of that kind of noise, how do you actually find usable, marketable data that you can actually take action against? So I do think it's going to get a lot worse. And in some ways, I wonder if we're going to wind up in the same cyclical cycle that we have with technology over the years. I mean, if you remember, originally it was one OS to a box. Then we went to VMs. And then from there, we went to Blades. And then we went to the cloud. Then there was the back to on-prem, and now it's gone to hybrid. So, I don't know where it's going to go, but I do think that the security aspect is not being given enough priority or attention, and regardless of what your architecture is.
So on that, I mean, I suppose the technology is only half the battle, because, I mean, if you've got a company, financial services, say, a couple of thousand people in that office, you're going to have to convince them to use the PAM solution that you're selling, okay? And I mean, is it something like, if I'm a developer and I need to log on to work on a server, do you send me a token which is only valid for that period of time that's linked to my identity? Is that where I'm on the right track?
We do have that kind of functionality, just-in-time access, where the users will actually sit with no privilege at all. We have a web interface that you can actually authenticate.
So you go from no one's got any privilege, at least privilege.
That is basically what we try to actually force, is a true least privilege. We have different models that we can actually use with step-up authentication, just-in-time access. The CyberArk portfolio as a whole, we have everything covered, from remote users with a VPN-less solution that ties directly into our digital vault. We have an identity component for single sign-on and adaptive multi-factor. We have a tool to remove hard-coded APIs from runbooks and playbooks for DevOps. The one thing that CyberArk, in my opinion, in my tenure here, that has really been the difference between us and a lot of our competitors, is we're stuck on the privilege idea. We really have never gone off of that. Because the way I look at it, and I'm not speaking for CyberArk, but this is my interpretation. If you're a user with no privilege, then what real threat are you?
Sure. Yeah. All right. So, excellent. Thank you for that. So, you're quite a special person, and I want to just get to that in a moment. But what's your background?
I was a black hat for a very, very long time. I spent the better part of my youth riding around in motorcycle groups in the States and did a lot of things that I won't be talking about. And there came a point in my life where I started to have grandchildren, and I really had to take a look at, what I was doing. And when I really evaluated it, the only thing I was really good at was computers. And like I said, I had been doing, standard, normal IT kind of jobs, but the offensive side of security, or at that point, just the offensive side of technology it's always been a lure to me. My father was one of those types of people who always had to have the latest toys. So I had a TRS-80, I had a Tandy, I had a Commodore 64, a 128. I even had a set-top computer called an Odyssey. So I have been around through every iteration of computer technology, and I've been a part of it. So I think that's one of the things that's really helped me with the idea of. See, I don't like to use the word hacking because it has such a negative connotation. Yeah. I would prefer to use the term exploring, maybe without permission.
Okay.
But no, my history in the tech field in general and my availability to access that kind of things at a young age, I think was very, instrumental in my abilities to do a lot of the things that I do today.
All right. So, tell us about your bio implants.
I currently have 10 microchips implanted in my body between my elbows and my fingers on my left and right arms.
Okay.
I have excuse me, the ability to interface with NFC, RFID. This rather large implant that you see here in the fore part of my hand, this is a combination RFID and NFC chip. This one here in my wrist is an EM3000 RFID. This one is a MyFair Classic. This one is actually a credit card, so I can actually tap to pay with my hand like you would with a credit card or a cell phone. I have magnets in my fingers, and a lot of people think it's just a party trick, but these are very specific magnets. They're called biosensing magnets, and it actually allows me to feel electromagnetic fields and currents. So if I'm on the outside of your building, I can literally trace your electrical circuits by running my hands over your walls. And I actually have a cryptobionic identity chip in my forearm that is AES encrypted, and it's used to do OTP, SHA-1, hash generation, PGP, BIP32 wallet identity for my crypto wallet. And if I had a Tesla, I could actually even put my Tesla key on there and drive my car without having to worry about having my fob.
So, so you got to get a doctor to surgery?
Nope, I have never seen a doctor once.
So who puts them in?
I use body modification parlors, the same kind of people who would like gauge your ears or put a ring in your nose or split your tongue.
Okay.
So I actually deal with one place specifically. It's called Shaman Modification out of Austin, Texas.
Okay. And you got some amazing tattoos.
Oh, thank you.
Big fan. So, I mean, why? I mean, because you could have it. I mean, why are you doing this?
Why? Because I am the attack vector.
Okay.
Let me give you a couple of quick use cases. So most people would actually be very familiar with the idea of a badging system to get into a physical location.
Yeah.
This microchip right here is a MyFair Classic.
Okay.
With the magic bit, so it's rewritable, but it also can emulate up to, I think it's 98 different access protocols, including Pyramid, and Prox, Dala, Diamond. So if I use a Proxmark or a Flipper or some type of utility to scrape the data off of your badge, I can then write it down to one of my implants, compromise your physical security with zero indications of compromise. So let me give you a scenario. Let's say you just happen to discover me in your server. Well, let's play this out. The first thing that you're probably going to do is, what are you doing here? Well, the door was open. I've seen server racks on TV. I thought it was cool. I didn't know this was restricted. Well, you need to come with us. We need to call the authorities. Okay, well, I'm sorry. The authorities could then
There's
show
nothing
up.
on you.
There is nothing on me. And beyond that, due to health and privacy laws, they're not even allowed to ask me if they see the bulge in my hand, what it is, without some type of a court intervention.
Yeah.
And the large implant on the back of my hand is mostly an antenna. And this I use if you're using a mobile device with NFC enabled, excuse me, and I can social engineer you to hand me your phone. I can install a Trojan application on your phone. I'll redirect you through a URL redirection to a website that's infected with the browser exploit extension framework, hook your browser in Java, and I'm already in your device before I even hand it back to you.
Are you used in any kind of pen testing situations? Or?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Have you got any information out of anyone at the summit? Or?
Well, due to confidentiality reasons, I can neither confirm nor deny that question.
That's good. All right.
But I can tell you this. I know of quite a few other individuals back in the States with these same capabilities that do work on red teams.
That do?
Why do?
Okay.
I can also tell you that I've actually gotten to know the CEOs of the two main distributors of consumer-grade implants, and there's an estimated 600,000 implants that have been sold globally. Now, that does not mean that there are 600,000 people out there that are using these chips for the same purposes that I am.
Sure.
Most of the time, they would be used to replace, like I said, replace a badge or maybe a gym fob or something like that.
Yeah.
They use them for legitimate, normal purposes. But I mean, if you look at Mimikatz, which is one of the most well-known tools for compromising Kerberos, it's not a hacker's tool.
Sure.
It's a Kerberos auditing tool. So I essentially did the exact same thing with the implants by saying, this functionality is available. I know it can be used as an attack vector. Nobody's done it yet. Why not?
Yeah.
So to answer at a very high level your question of why, because it gives me the ability to do what a lot of other pen testers or red teamers can't. If I get caught, the worst you're going to be able to do is trespass me off of a property.
Sure.
If you get caught with a clone card or a Proxmark or some tool, you're going to jail.
Do you like science fiction?
I love science fiction.
Yeah, I know. It's one of my favorite.
Absolutely love it.
Yeah. I can't get enough of it. Yeah.
You know, I think the funny thing that the joke that everybody keeps making to me now, the big thing, you know, all the AI chatbots. Well, I figure all of you guys are all in trouble. Me, I'm Renfield. I'm already part computer, so I'm going to be the one emptying the boot drives for ChatGPT in the future.
And these things, the implants last for like as long as they can last forever.
Pretty much.
Okay.
The tags themselves are passive, so they don't have any internal power.
Okay.
Just like any RFC or NFID, I said that backwards, RFID or NFC tag, the field that's put out by the receiver is actually what energizes the chips. So for the most part, they just lay dormant unless I come in contact.
And do you get any trouble at the airport?
They have never caught me or found me. And to my point that I made earlier, even if they notice something, they're not allowed to ask.
But I mean, the scanners in the US, I mean, they can, I don't know if they're X-rays, but they can, I mean, will they not set off?
No. Well, if you think about it, most chips are made of silicon, they're not made of metal.
Yeah.
So when it comes down to the actual metal in my body, it's the very fine copper wire, and the magnet in my pinky has an iron core wrapped in titanium. But you know, let's think about it. When you walk through a metal detector in the airport, as a gentleman, we may have a large necklace on and it doesn't go off. If you're a female, maybe you have large earrings and it doesn't go off. They're not set that sensitive.
Okay.
And realistically, if you're doing the X-ray where you're holding your hands up, the TSA or the security agents, they can see your arms. They don't really look at them. They're looking more at the torso and the buttocks area to see if you have anything strapped. So no, honestly, they're not sensitive enough to actually detect them. And when it comes to detection, that's one of the big points that I've tried to stress is there is absolutely no way to detect them. If you look at the way NFC and wireless protocols actually work, they react to specific radio frequencies. So if you wanted to detect an augmented human coming into your organization, you would need basically the same kind of archway that you would for a magnetometer, but it would need to be a multi-frequency spectrum analyzer, and then you would have to have the ability to listen on every single frequency for any type of response. It's not sustainable. The one thing that I do find very, very interesting, and this is something, if you'd like, I'd be happy to follow up with you on. In the United States, we've actually adopted a new type of canine into the law enforcement. So, most people are familiar with drug sniffing dogs. Well, now they have a new dog that's actually been trained to look for a specific compound used in circuitry creation called triphenylphosphine oxide. And these dogs are used in human trafficking cases where someone may have been arrested, and they'll run the dogs around their house looking for hard drives or thumb drives that may contain evidence. So I've reached out to one of the local jurisdictions that have one of these, and we are actually trying to set up an opportunity for me to go and see if this dog may be able to smell the circuitry from within inside my body, because that may be the only potential way to actually detect someone without truly invasive x-rays.
There are so many vectors, attack vectors, and most businesses don't even see, tiny percent of them are available to and it's just, let me ask you this. What do you think, specifically with your work with CyberLock? Cyber is often seen as like a roadblock in the way of doing your job. And most people will say that they'll happily circumvent any kind of security control if it just is less hassle. How do you get that balance right, do you think?
By force.
Yeah, okay.
Unfortunately, like I said, I've been in this industry for a very, very long time. And I agree with your statement 100%. If there is, and I've said it in a lot of my talks, if there is a control that will inhibit performance, people will try to work around it. So I think at that point, it comes back on the onus of the companies to basically enforce software policies regarding this through application control, logistical access, privilege control. Don't allow unknown applications from the internet to be installed. Verify your installation through sources, verify it by certificate, publisher, and lock the system down. As much as this may sound harsh to the employee, but at the end of the day, that's what you are. You're an employee of the company.
Yeah.
So in my opinion, if you want to, load software and, you want to play Minecraft, go do that on your system at home, not on your corporate assets.
Yeah. So what would you, if you were in charge of the cyber program for the United States government, what would you...
What would I do first? I would resign.
They've got, I heard they've got around 1.5 million people who have access to those, particularly, that kid who was caught the other day.
Yep.
And how did that happen?
I don't know all the particulars. The one thing I will say is at some point there was either overprivileged or from the human aspect, there wasn't enough done to vet that person prior to giving them access to that. I'm not going to speak to that because I don't know it, but from the 1,000-foot view, those would be my two thoughts of how this came about.
I mean, he was an IT guy, so he was going to be looking over the shoulder. He was going to have access to it anyway. How do you get around that? I mean, because it's like, he's the guy that's meant to be fixing the stuff, and he was, posting in a games chat.
I guess that is where more stringent background checks,
continuous background checks.
Yeah. Almost a zero trust policy for anyone with that type of access to that type of information. There should be a constant check of, what is your mental state? Are you still in compliance with the job description and responsibilities? But like you said, the U.S. government, and I'm not going to limit that to the U.S. government. I'm going to just say governments in general.
Yeah.
The amount of data and employees, it goes back to what we were talking about earlier with the million tools. I can have all the tools in the world. I can have all the information in the world I want, but if I can't get it into a concise, actionable format, it doesn't matter.
Can you just explain to me the difference between zero trust and privileged access management? Is it like a subset of one or the other? Or?
Zero trust, in my opinion, is a philosophy, whereas privileged access management is kind of a step towards it. Zero trust, there are multiple different definitions, but I think the easiest one to digest would just be constantly trust but verify.
Okay.
Privileged access management basically says, we don't trust you with these privileges all the time. You should only use them when you need them. So it kind of works hand in hand with the zero trust philosophy, but I find that people who actually try to implement a zero trust environment inherently are going to run into a lot of difficulty, especially if it's not something that's being stood up for the very first time. Trying to retrofit technology into a zero trust becomes very difficult because you have, already acquired tools, and it may not fit in with the workflows for that. But I think zero trust and just the concepts of continuous validation for any type of privilege is something to be sought after, more of a destination or a journey than a destination.
Yeah.
And I feel that there are a lot of things that can be done to kind of go down that road, and privileged access management is just one. Single sign-on, just-in-time access, adaptive multi-factor. I think all of it plays into it in some way or another.
In your view, do companies like start using you and then, like, as you said, the journey, they get part way and then they kind of take their foot off the gas. So they get like they kind of half do it, but then is it that last 5% that's the most difficult? Or is it like, what do most of your customers' journeys?
I wouldn't say so for our customers. We have an amazing customer success team and support staff. So we actually at CyberArk will work with those customers. We have a very prescriptive plan for startups, what we call our sprints. We take care of the big targets first. And depending on whether we're dealing endpoint level, server level, privileged access management, identity solution, we work hand in hand with our prospects and customers so that last 5% of fatigue, we really don't see that as much as I feel other companies want to.
And just finally, there's been a whole lot of talk at this summit about AI. And as Mikko said yesterday, this is the hottest AI summit that we've seen ever. And I mean, him and another speaker they were saying, that the deepfake voice, deepfake images. What's your view on that?
I did a talk not too long ago, and it was called "Prove You Are You in a Zero Trust World." And honestly, when I basically broke down that whole concept, we as individuals, there's not a single thing about us anymore that can't be compromised, duplicated, or bypassed. So the idea that AI and deepfakes, this is, in my opinion, one of the biggest threats that we have right now.
Yeah.
And due to the fact that everybody's so focused on the AI, I feel that we need to be looking more at the fraud prevention side of AI as much as we're looking at the possibilities of what it can do for us. You know, there's all kinds of new scams, and you know, I know a couple of people who have personally fallen victims to some of the voice deepfakes. You know, I know some older, you know, people in my life that were actually called where one of their nephew's voices was actually spoofed. They were told that, you know, he was in an accident, and they wound up giving up credit card information to scammers. If you look at, you know, facial ID, you know, for access to mobile devices, I can deepfake you.
Yeah.
So how does that actually work as an authentication method? You know, that's the stuff that I think we need to look at. I mean, we know for a fact that when it comes to deepfakes, there are some challenges that it has. For example, you know, most deepfakes don't blink.
Yeah, or there's something wrong with the eyes.
Yes.
They could blink, but it's just like
the eyes are wrong.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, and everybody's talking about, oh, we're finding new drug cures. We're writing new security software. It's recoding our old applications in a much more efficient way. But nobody's ever really spending the time to look at what can we do to make sure that what we're seeing is what it is. You know, and I said this in my talk, and since you gave me the floor, I'm going to say it because it's a question, but I think it needs to be asked. We won't go to a website without the little SSL log.
Yeah.
You know, what do we do when it comes to video chats?
Yeah.
You know, I've wondered for a while, you know, are we going to need something like IVAS or identity validation as a service? You know, I don't know if it's going to be a PKI thing, but some way, you know, that I can, if I reached out to you over some type of digital format that says, I am Len and you are you, so that way we know who we are. You know, in the States, every politician, regardless of their party, at the end of their announcements on their commercials and their advertisements is, hi, I'm so-and-so and I approve this message.
Yeah.
Well, how do I know that's you?
Yeah.
You know, and then, you know, one last thing, you know, if we're talking about this that I want to throw out just to get your thoughts on. Are you familiar with the Bruce Willis deepfake fiasco that happened last year?
No.
A Russian ad agency called Deepcake actually used the likeness of Bruce Willis as John McClane from Die Hard in a commercial for a Russian telecom. Then Deepcake actually came out and said that Bruce Willis had licensed Deepcake to use his likeness moving forward. And it was so big that the agent actually had to come out and speak out in the US media and say, this is not true. But it made me start thinking, if we're at a point where we can market our identities outside of our physical beings, where does the legal and the liability come in terms of actions of someone that may be representing me that isn't me? And if you take that one step farther, there was recently an online influencer who decided to take all of her social media content, work with an AI company, and had offered a virtual girlfriend based on all of her content at $1 a minute. So I think we're starting to move beyond, you know, the physical forms that we're in, and the concepts of identity become even more challenging and more vital, because at this point, now that we can do this, anybody can be anybody at any time. And if I start trying to look like your CISO or your CISO, how do we validate that? And that's what we need to, those are, in my opinion, the questions we need to start asking, because those are the tools that we need in the future.
I mean, some people talk about some kind of blockchain thing, heard of that.
But that's not practical.
Sure.
We need something that is practical and resources as well as energy and cost.
Yeah.
And then the question becomes, if we were to try and find something like an IVAS, who would run it? Would it be governmental? Would it be global? You know, how is it that would my validation in the US work for you down here in South Africa? Would there need to be joints between the two countries for cross traffic? And then who would govern that?
Yeah.
We're running down a road that we don't know where it goes, and we don't know where the exits are.
Well, it reminds me of a Black Mirror episode.
No, I've heard that quite a few times. I think I might actually have to watch that.
That's great. Or an Ian Banks novel, yeah.
Len, it's been a great pleasure chatting to you.
I
Thanks
really
very much.
appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Welcome back. We're here at the ITWeb Security Summit 2023. And every summit, what summit would not be complete without a good selection of swag? So we've been through the exhibition floor this morning. We found some of the best items. So if you rush on down to some of the exhibitors, you might be able to grab some of their last ones. So let's start with this. We have a lovely Zero Fox drinking bottle. I will hand it to my assistant, Matthew. You will now hold it and model it for us. What do you think, Matthew?
It's great.
Is that going to be used at the gym?
Yeah.
We have a TrustWave cup. Wake up and smell the data breach. There's no data breach in there. Oh, I've got more cups. This is a bit of a SANS cup. SANS is right behind the ITWeb Snode broadcasting booth. Make your way over there. Now this, Cyber 83. I'll come on to Cyber 83 later on. They do a lovely range in t-shirts. They're by the entrance, so get yourself on down there. This is like the shopping channel, isn't it, Matthew? Serendippo. We'll do an unboxing video. I've never done one of these. Ooh. Ooh. What do we have inside? Is it a plant pot? No, it's a Barracuda. Inside? I don't think we need the box. And that's it for our cups. We have a Barracuda notebook and pen. Come on, keep up. I think these are playing cards from Pantera. Pantera is the heavy metal band. And we've got some lovely, some chocolates. Now, we did promise that some of these would go back to the exhibitors, but this feels like a Kit Kat, and this is milk chocolate. So, they've disappeared. Now, what I've been told about cybersecurity is never pick up a USB and stick it in your laptop. And here we've got a free USB from Simulate. Maybe pop that in one of the cups if you're struggling to keep hold.
Yeah, I'm going to take that.
Some of the more novelty items, and I think this could be a winner, from TrustWave. Our production manager saying this is his gift. We've got a nice little torch. Ooh, torch on both ends. And it's got all sorts of screwdrivers. Yeah, I think that's very handy. And then we come on to, as regular viewers will know, we've been running concurrently a hackathon. But here in the swag station, we're running a hackathon. And let's get going with the hackathon. First up, the ITWeb Security Hackathon. Next up, from TrustWave, SANS, again, just behind the ITWeb broadcasting booth. And Nova 4. This is a lovely hat, actually. It's got the adjusting Velcro.
Yeah.
Is that one going missing? And then we've got two MaxTech hats. You might have seen these around the venue. Let me see if I can do this old trick. Hey. And then we have the Zero Fox, Little Fox. What a lovely little fella he is. So I think I'm going to take him home for my little puppy. He might last 2 minutes. I'm not sure. And then hang on. We've got a swag bag, an enclosed swag bag. Should we see what's inside? What's this? It's a battery bank. For those of us who have iPhones older than a year, that's going to be coming in very handy. A beanie, lovely beanie. You're going to go for the beanie. And then a free bag. And then Matthew's famous or favorite part of the show, the free t-shirts. That's what's from Telspace. Old school hacking. Telspace. Hackers for hire. It's an extra large. So we might have to give that one back.
Or we can give it to...
Oh, and this is double extra large. Yeah. Two production managers might be in for a treat here.
Yeah.
We've got from Cyber 83, show me the nothing you clicked on, which is actually quite clever, I think. Cyber 83, a bit of detail on the back. And that is our swag station. I hope you enjoyed. Keep tuned. We're going to be up with AWS next.
Good afternoon. I'm Matthew David, and I'm joined in the booth this afternoon with Gabo Sonyoni, who is head of the subs. Yes, welcome, Gabo.
Thank you so much. I'm happy to talk to you today, Matt.
So, how long have you been with AWS?
I have been with AWS for almost 5 years now. Yeah, I've been based in South Africa, but I do work with customers across the sub-Saharan Africa. So my team is mainly in South Africa, but I do have people also who's based in the UAE who are covering the rest of sub-Saharan Africa.
And we've excuse me, we got a region 3 years ago, I think. How long ago?
Yes, that's about 3 years now.
Okay.
Yeah. And it has been quite a good investment for our customers because now they can really localize their data. They can run their data locally in country if customers have a need to run their data in South Africa. But most importantly, also this improved the latency for their users. Right, we had already customers who were using Ireland as a region in the past, and now they can be able to leverage their solutions more closer at home. Yeah.
Exactly. No, it's been a game changer. I mean, it's quite interesting that you have been at the company prior to the region, and now we've got the region in the country. But I suppose, you know, the challenge for the hyperscalers is you've got to build out your ecosystem of partners and partner program, and so to really make adoption. You can build a data center, but that's half. You know, you've got to get that program in place.
Yeah, that is spot on, and we've been doing quite a lot of work before even we got to the region, and we've built quite a good partner ecosystem here in South Africa as well. We even from the social side of things, we have an EIP program where we are bringing partners, black partners, into the systems as well to be able to help customers as well. So we have been building the partner ecosystem before we even had the region. Yes.
Okay. So so we're going to talk about security today. So tell me, I don't know if you can just give me some examples of what you are doing to secure customers' workloads in your cloud as we speak. So I must say I'm a medium-sized business. I'm using EKS. I'm using your compute. What would you What would you tell me as a prospective or an existing customer?
Yeah, I think the most fundamental thing I would say from AWS perspective, security top. So we put a lot of investment to ensure that our customers are very secure when they use AWS services. And there's a number of services that I'm going to be talking about today. But as a customer, you can stay with the comfort that we as AWS will take the heavy lifting in terms of the security, and we have a transparent way where we manage security with our customers, which is a shared security model. AWS takes care of the security of the cloud, so all the infrastructure, we will take care of the infrastructure security. You as a customer, then we give you the control to ensure that you can take the security of the data that you put in the cloud, which we call security in the cloud as well. But however, we provide you with services that allows you to be able to elevate your security posture whilst you are in the cloud.
Excuse me. So you, where does encryption come into this?
So we actually, from AWS point of view, advise our customers to do encryption at every level and do encryption every time. because we provide you with services that allows you to be able to do the encryption at scale. A service like the Amazon Key Management service, as an example, simplifies how customers can be able to do encryption today. So our services allows you, as part of the configuration that you can do, to be able to do the encryption. So encryption is no longer a heavy lifting from the customer side. AWS provides services that allows you to be able to encrypt at scale.
And will you tell me if I've got like a unsecured S3 bucket, for instance?
So, for instance, there is quite a number of settings or even guidance that we provide you to allow you to be more secure in the cloud. You're talking about Amazon S3 as an example. The default setting that we have created for our customers, when you create a bucket, for instance, in Amazon S3, the default, it will be secure, right? It won't be available in public. We recognize that some of our customers requires flexibility. There might be good reason for you to make it public. However, we tell you every time to ensure that whatever you are trying to do is secured. So we are able to give you the tools to ensure that you can secure your Amazon S3 buckets as well. Yeah.
And what are your what in your opinion, what are the common security pitfalls that perhaps you know, perhaps not your customers but other cloud customers have? I mean, what are the could you sketch that out for us?
For me, I think when you think about security, you need to treat it as a culture. You need to have a culture of security. So one shouldn't be thinking that technology is going to fix everything in terms of the security. You need to be able to create a culture where people understand how to use the technology in a secure way, right? So the tools are available for one to secure their environment, but you need that culture to ensure that you remove the human element bit of it. So we always advise organizations that for security to be successful, you need to build the culture ground up as well. So do not miss the people element, right? Ensure that people do receive the proper training to ensure that they can configure their environment. Also, customers that are still new on AWS, we encourage those customers to work closely with our partners that can provide consulting to help them to ensure they have the right security posture.
Thank you. And just finally, we've heard a lot at this conference about AI. Well, what kind of are you using that kind of technology, and how in specifically around security?
Yeah, so we use it quite a lot. An example, Amazon Guard Duty, which is one of our services.
Guard Duty, yeah.
Guard Duty, right, which helps you with your threat detection service. It uses AI in the main. So it looks at how you've configured your environment, looking at the logs as an example, and it's able to then, depending on how you've configured your environment, to detect if there's any threat, and that is based on AI.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, there's a reason you're the cloud leader, and thanks very much for chatting to me.
Thank you so much.
Thank
We always try to be trusted advisors with our customers, and I'm happy to chat to you and any of our customers anytime.
Thank you.
Much. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Verbish from Brainstorm Magazine, and I'm joined by Oren Kaplan, the sales director for Middle East and Africa from Pentera. Welcome.
Thank you so much. Happy to be here.
Pentera, where does that name come from?
So Pentera comes from actually penetration testing in a way. When we started, our founder and CTO, Eric Liberson, was the red team leader and pen tester for a very substantial organization back home in Israel. And
Can you mention a name?
I'd rather not mention that.
When was it?
It was 2016 where with an idea of taking a manual work and automating it, since attackers today are automating their attacks against us. So Eric realized that you cannot really fight attackers that are automating with manual work. That's why Pentera was created, and we took pen testing from a manual thing into automation and continuous automation of the network.
All right. So, so then if I'm a customer, say I'm a mid-size, I mean, what verticals do you play in? Is it across the board, financial services?
So pretty much vertical agnostic. I mean,
Okay.
Everyone who's anyone need to measure themselves and validate their security controls and need to automate the attacks. So obviously, finance is one of our biggest verticals.
Sure.
But we're almost everywhere, from retail to construction to almost anywhere. Almost any company needs to look at their network. So this is where we come into play. We have more than 800 customers covering from around the world, and we hope to end the year at 1,000 customers that are continuously using Pentera day to day to help validate their controls.
Okay, so 800. Yeah, that's. I suppose I don't know if that's a lot or not. I mean, is it?
It's pretty much.
Okay.
I mean, if you look at the first sale that we've done was in 2018. So we started 2016, where Eric
so it's been
developed.
a couple of years. You've only been going a couple of years.
5 years, 800 customers. I think it's a dream for every company. Today we're a unicorn, so we're evaluated by more than $1 billion.
Okay.
A
billion?
Million.
Yeah. Okay. And how's the pricing work? Does it work like per user, or is it size of customer, or what services they want to do?
So usually it works by the amount of endpoints they want to cover.
Okay.
So one of the things that Pentera does, when you define a template or a testing scenario, you want to cover your entire attack surface.
Sure.
So your attack surface is built out of devices, workstations, servers. Each and every one of them contains an IP and potentially can be leveraged by an attacker to get in. So the way we price it is by unique endpoints or IPs in the environment. So obviously for a big organization, it will be more costly because they need to test more. But once you have acquired the license, you can test as many times as you want. You have as many users as you want. The idea here is just the devices you're testing are in the license itself.
All right. Okay. Why don't you dig into the solution then? So do you put an agent on my network, or is that how you do it?
It's a great question because we don't. We
Okay.
believe in the agentless approach.
Okay.
One of the things now in cybersecurity is that organizations, employees have too many agents on their devices.
Yeah.
It creates a very hard working environment for them. And on top of it, we believe that attackers, when they come in and attack, they don't have agents helping them in the network. This is why we developed the platform to be fully agentless. It really eases the whole installation and deployment. In a matter of hours, you can already have Pentera up and running in your network. And to talk a little bit about what we do is that we decided to take the route of validation. If you look at the cybersecurity space, 10 years ago, everyone were talking about prevention, firewalls, right? Checkpoint, Palo Alto created these walls of fire, right? So attackers can go in. And then we realized with time that sophisticated attackers can go around that walls, under, above, and use techniques like phishing, social engineering, man in the middle, things like that in order to go in. And then came the era of detection and response, like EDR, NDR solutions. And now what we're seeing, the narrative is all about validation. Don't just throw money at the problem. Don't just buy more and more controls.
Yeah.
Test what do they do when that moment of truth happens and the attacker comes in? Can you tell me for certainty that your control, that your EDR, that your NDR, that your SOC will recognize Pantera and block it? Most of the people can't say that because they never validate their controls. But once you continuously challenge all the controls that are in place, then you know what happens when that truth happens. You know that everything you're doing is operating like like a Swiss clock, and is there to protect you when that truth happens. Because the biggest companies in the world have the best cyber solutions, but we still hear about ransomware attacks happening left and right.
Yeah.
How can it happen? It happens because they don't validate that everything they're doing is actually working. That all the promises that all these wonderful vendors, which have amazing solutions, gave are actually good in reality.
So, if your sales team, if you go around to a customer and say, I mean, so this is part of your kind of your solution is part of a kind of cyber readiness approach.
In a way, definitely.
Yeah. So you can better, you're better protecting yourself. I mean, do you find people are more susceptible to sales conversation after they've been breached?
It depends. I think obviously, when you're breached, you know what the painfulness of being breached and how do you fix it. But I can tell you that now more than ever, people understand that it's not enough to protect yourself. You have to test your protection. It's like, let's imagine that you have a safe in a bank, right? So you build all these controls, the alarms, the cameras.
All you need is the key.
Exactly. Yeah. But imagine that I can disguise as the attacker and try to infiltrate your bank and your safe and go out with that information. And I do it from, as a computer, from all the different scenarios and possibilities. So only then you really know whether everything that your architectures of security decided to do is actually, good in reality. So basically it's like, I'm the attacker, you're the defender. Let's see that everything you put in place is actually working.
Okay, so just to go back to the platform. So the platform is on my network. What is it doing?
So it's a server. It's one point of presence. Okay, that server is like a gaming laptop, right? A gaming rig, or this can be a VM, can be a desktop, a laptop. Doesn't really matter, but it needs a GPU, password cracking. The idea here is that you connect to it internally. The device or that device, that form factor stays on-prem. And from that point forward, you define the attack scenarios. So it's an automated platform. So you define scenarios. Let's test every weekend from Friday to Sunday, this segment, that server segment, or that user segment, and run it continuously. And once it runs, it will find the vulnerabilities, misconfigurations, progress the attack, run techniques like lateral movement, privilege escalation, do techniques that are very known in the MITRE ATT&CK framework, and then yield a report based on that. First of all, giving you a score, so you can get a C, a B, an A+. Really depends on your network.
So that's a general score for the network.
It's a general score based on that specific test.
Okay.
And because the network is dynamic, that score doesn't stay the same. The idea here, don't do it as a snapshot, but do it continuously. Today I got an A, great. Tomorrow there can be a new exposure because IT is so dynamic.
Yeah.
It changed last week. So now I have new exposures, new vulnerabilities, new misconfigurations. And suddenly the score can go down. But it will pinpoint that root cause, that problem, and help you fix that problem.
So, and then it'll generate a report, right?
Correct.
And it'll say, this, you've got to fix this, the window's open, the door's unlocked, and
that alarm that you invested millions of dollars in does not pick up the corner of the room, and that attacker will go from there, for example.
And then someone fixes that, one would hope.
Definitely. The idea here at the end is to run a remediation cycle, right? To run Pantera, to find the problems. We help with remediation. We have a full remediation wiki that helps those that are trying to defend fix the problems, because remediation is very difficult. I mentioned this in my talk today, that some problems are patchable. Some of them are not patchable. Some of them you need to change the process. Yeah. So it really gives insight and information about the problem and explains how to do it, because in many cases it's difficult. It's really difficult to do that. So not only do we find the problem, we show the path of the attacker where it started, we give you the solution. So it's a full end-to-end solution that is independent completely from anything that you have in the environment, because it allows you to really have an X-ray vision of your network.
So you want to, and your idea is to, you want customers to keep your system running. You don't want them to just use it for a bit and then say, fine.
The idea here is if you do it once a year, it's not enough.
Yeah.
Network is dynamic.
Sure.
I'm not saying do it every day, but do it every 2 weeks, do it every weekend. Test all attack surfaces at night, on the weekend, during the day, run different scenarios. You can't really look at your network and say, tested it once a year, I'm good.
Yeah.
Because it changes so much. So you have to be constantly, continuously testing. One time a year is a snapshot. If you do it continuously, you can really know. And the great thing about this product is that it really helps the security team show value, because security is like a cost center for the organization, right? They're just spending money. They can't really show what they're doing, because if nothing happens, they're doing a good job. But if something happens, they failed. So Pentair can really show how they progressed, because it shows, okay, we started from a C, we built, we spent budget on these and these subjects, on these areas, we remediated, changed processes, and we went all the way to an X. It really allows the team to show their work, show what they're doing every day, show why it's important to invest more budget. Say, okay, if we don't fix this, Pentair just found a problem that if we don't fix it, potentially we can be a ransomware attacked. We don't want this, so we need budget for this specific area.
All right, that's very good. I haven't heard of anything. It's quite a unique product, I would say.
It's very unique. We don't have anyone doing the same thing. No one is doing the agentless approach, and we exploit for real. All of our exploits are done in real time, but they're safe by design. And this is kind of the most important thing, because this is where we put all of our efforts. Because if we have 800 customers, imagine a bank that runs us. Imagine a device, stop working because of an exploit that we run. We can't afford that. We have 95% retention on our customers, because when they run Pentair, they know that nothing bad would happen. So building an exploit, let's say, it's not easy, but making it safe, this is the hard part, and this is where all our IP is invested. And we make sure that everything we add into the platform is without any problems, without any chances of doing any harm to the network.
And you must have, once it's like you've got to keep supporting this. So you've got to have a team. How big? Your dev team must be working around the clock all the time.
So usually in companies, the R&D team, is most 80% D developers, 20% R research, or even less. We have a really big research team, because this is what they do. They have to research the latest and greatest threats, exploits, vulnerabilities, and they come from all platforms of cybersecurity, from DevOps, from penetration testing, from Red Team, and together, basically, Pentair is their brainchild. And we update it every 3 to 6 weeks with the latest techniques, attack techniques, and this is how our customers keep on using us, because the threat is endless. The vulnerabilities are just going on and on. They're just building more and more, and you need to always have someone in your corner, Pentair, to allow you to really test these things.
Are you like using any third parties to gather your information, gather your threats?
So when Pentair started, we did use some open source tools, but right now we built all of it proprietary. We're a big company. Back in the day, we used to use many tools, because when you run an ethical hack, you can use different tools. Today we built all of our tools. We customize them. They're proprietary, and we have an attack orchestrator that decides what to use when, based on the information received dynamically.
And quickly, just the last thing. I know it's a bit of a broad question, but what if you could just give 3 bits of advice to IT managers, network people, or maybe a small and medium company? What would you say the top things that they would to be looking out for?
So I can tell you that our kind of like sweet spot is a lot of mid-market, or mid-market are using us a lot because they have small teams. They have too much work to do. They don't have the time. So my advice is, first of all, test yourself. Don't assume that what you have in place is working. Even though you bought from the best company in the world and the installation was great, don't assume that it's working. Always measure and validate and test yourself. That's the first thing. Because when you assume, it means you don't know. And when you don't know, it's a problem in cybersecurity. So that's the first thing. The second thing I would recommend is not focus only on vulnerabilities. When you look at vulnerability scanners and just fix according to CVSS, it doesn't really give you the real picture, because there's more than 25,000 new vulnerabilities each year are coming.
Yeah.
So everyone's patching the critical vulnerabilities. But how do you know that a critical vulnerability is actually going to take an attacker to your crown jewels? You don't. So don't just focus on the vulnerabilities. Understand the impact of exploitation. Constantly do that. Once you know the impact, then you can prioritize. So first of all, validate. Second, understand the impact of each vulnerability before you actually remediate. And third, what I say is that don't just buy technology based on the GUI or the eye color of the salesperson. All right, test them. And with Pantera, you can really bring in all these things. Let's imagine you want to buy an EDR. We have a customer in the UK. He had a process of buying a new EDR solution. So he asked all the EDR vendors to put their agents on these devices, and he ran Pantera, mimicking an attack. And the best performing EDR was chosen based on the attack that happened. Did it block the attack? We have around 40 or 50 different techniques in order to bypass an EDR.
Which one was it? Can you say?
I can't say.
Okay.
I want to stay objective,
Okay.
but I can tell you that it also helps the industry make themselves better. So we act an independent solution. We don't integrate into anyone, because this is how we like to be. We are the attacker only in your hands. Imagine you have on-demand attack that you can run continuously. Really allows you to define your strategy.
Yeah.
So this is what I can say. Don't just rely on vendors. Don't just rely on what you think you know. Constantly challenge yourself and measure the technologies that are selling you. You have a managed service SOC team. How do you know if they'll function on a Friday night, if they'll actually inform you that something happened? You don't.
Does Gartner measure you guys?
Excuse me?
Gartner.
Yes, definitely. In automated security validation, we're a part of the quadrant, and
Are you up on that top right?
yeah, we're in plateau productivity because we came from automation of penetration testing. Security validation is a new thing.
Yeah.
All right. It's not something that everyone's budgeting for.
Sure.
We understand that. What I suggest, we offer 1-day POV, proof of value, free of charge. We come in, no prerequisites, because we're an agentless platform. We bring our clients, we run it for 1 day, no commitments. We're not asking for anything, only for attention. We ask for a small scope, 100 endpoints. We run Pantera for a day from 9 a.m., 4 p.m. we finish, show the reports, explain what was done, and if the customer likes it, great. We'll move ahead. If not, we can still be friends. Okay. So that's the idea. It's not months or weeks of POV, POC that will never end.
Yeah, you need to get there quickly.
Very quickly. Yeah. We show you the value quickly, and this is how we close with the biggest customers in the world, like BlackRock, like City National Bank, like National Bank of Fujairah in Dubai, and many other customers. We came for 1 day, we prove the product, and then we say, okay, do you like it? Run it continuously, scale it up, and
Did you mention any local customers, or have they not given you?
Yes. So this pharmaceutical, very known pharmaceutical.
They had a hack, I'm sure.
Yeah, but they had a hack from external.
Okay.
So it's not something that we had involved, because it comes from the external.
That's good.
But this Pharmaceuticals is someone that is a big customer of ours, and I think that's the only one I can mention. I'm not sure, so I don't want to just say.
Sure.
But this is a big customer of ours. So we started not long ago, before the hack. After the hack.
After the hack, yeah.
After the hack, yes.
Oren, thanks. It's been a great pleasure talking to you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hello and welcome back to the ITWeb Security Summit 23. We're here at the broadcast booth down on the exhibition floor. It is here. But here I have on the exhibition floor, I've got Stephen Kynes from Goldilock, and he's got a very interesting solution. He saw that we've got quite an old way of keeping track of who's coming up, where I've been writing on a bit of paper and sticking it on our window here. Stephen said that's an analog way of working, and Stephen's kind of into the analog system, right?
Absolutely.
Stephen, it's nice of you to join us. Sorry.
Thank you. It's an honor to be here.
Thank you. But yeah, maybe if you can explain a bit about your system and why analog's kind of important to it in this cybersecurity world where lots of people are focusing on more digital elements.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, like your piece of paper, there was no way anybody could actually get that unless they ripped it from your hands. Whereas we're always connected all of the time and allowing ourselves vulnerability to attackers. So really what we came up with was an elegant solution to go analog effectively with digital solutions by disconnecting. And the way we did that was we said, well, what is the best way of the ultimate level of protection in cyber resilience? And effectively, if you can ensure that you are disconnected and only connect when necessary, then you don't need to have your assets on all of the time. And it's really important to have a form of physical network segmentation so that you set up your network. The more you can segment that network, the more secure you are, because you're putting it into different pods. And we built a device that allows you to control all of those elements and connect and disconnect. But the secret sauce that we have, which I can reveal, but I won't reveal the inner side, is don't use the internet. Because if you're using the internet, you're going back to a form of IP connectivity as an attack surface. So that's where we went analog, and we said we will use a non-IP form of triggering that mechanism, so that by using different forms, we've even used analog voice, but our deployable model that is scalable and an easy plug and play is this device I have in my hands right here, and it uses SMS. So it's a simple text message to trigger that. We call it a drawbridge. You lower the drawbridge, you open the drawbridge. Lower it, data flows, and take it up again, and the data stops. So, and that could be for any kind of network. So you've got on-prem data. The device I'm holding in my hand is used in operational technology. So it could be for SCADA networks, any kind of water utility, energy facility. You can isolate those remotely. If they could be thousands of miles away, you simply just send a text message. That's all. And in 3 seconds, you've isolated it. Okay. So it's very simple, but it's kind of getting back to basics, just like your piece of paper.
Sure. So I think there's two things. One, to my simple mind, and I kind of mentioned this before, it seems like the old-fashioned kind of air gap where you're kind of isolating something. And then I'll let you explain about that in a minute. But we've got a short video that I just want to kind of play for our viewers, which kind of demonstrates, it's from your booth, and demonstrates how the technology kind of, well, I'll let you explain in a second. Okay, so maybe, Stephen, if you can just explain what our viewers have seen there.
Yeah, so what you saw was our Goldilock drawbridge device there connected, and when the red lights were going through, there was no possibility for any of the data to flow to that. So it was a full kill switch. It was the drawbridge was up, and then you saw the lights flowing in both directions, and so data was flowing in both ways, and that was when the drawbridge was lowered. So effectively, and you saw two different networks. One was an energy plant, one was an army bunker. Okay. Because, by the way, it might be of interest for you to know that this device has been deployed by Ukrainian Cyber Command. It's actually on the front lines. There's 4 devices that they have there. It's developed in part with the Ministry of Defence from the UK, and has all the security specifications. So it's the ultimate level of security. You can't get more secure than this, because if you're physically disconnected and you have that ability to trigger it without using the internet, then you're guaranteed a level of security.
So I think I might have spotted one tiny flaw in your plan.
Okay.
That when you SMS to the device to turn it off,
yep.
How do you stop a hacker from sending the SMS themselves?
Oh, okay. That's a great question, Adrian, because that is something that we were trying to solve, and we've had a lot of questions about that. So there's 3 lines, first of all, to think about. There's no way for you to know the number and how to reach this device.
Okay.
So first of all, if I said try and hack this device, you wouldn't even know the number. But let's say you do manage to compromise that number. Even then, that number, we have a management port, and you whitelist the numbers. So only numbers that are on the whitelist or the permit list are able to reach this device. It doesn't recognize any other numbers. But you might sort of say, well, what if that number is compromised through spoofing or something like that? And we're talking nation state attacks,
sure.
And which is a very serious concern. So the third level that we do is we use an authenticator. So when you send the SMS, you say enable port 4, for example, and then from the authenticator app, you put the 6-digit code. So your phone would have to be physically in the hands of an attacker for it to be, it can be spoofed because you have the authenticator app, which is device specific. It's the highest level, which was required by the Ministry of Defense, and we developed only recently. And we're continuing to develop various security upgrades. So, and imagine the case where you do have a user that has their phone compromised. You just simply delete their number from the list. So
Sure.
it's a very simple solution.
Okay, so it's almost like an analog kind of zero trust model.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect.
So
I think now you've explained how the whole system works. I didn't give you the opportunity earlier. I mentioned my simplistic view of it being an air-gapped model. What's your kind of take on that?
Yeah, no, our trademark name is True Air Gap.
Okay.
So we believe that a lot of air gap has been misunderstood because it's some sort of software air gap and therefore is subject to compromise. And that's problematic for us. So what we're trying to say is true air gap means a full physical disconnect, not a software layer pulling the cable.
Mm-hmm.
And so, yes, it is an air gap, but it's a remote air gap. Sure. So when we think of air gap, we think of people running around with USB sticks to transfer data. And it's also often been misaligned. But yes, effectively, this is an air gap device that is true.
Okay.
And I would just want to say one thing. We're really excited to be here, and we really appreciate that you've organizing this conference and this opportunity, because we've used it as an opportunity together with the UK High Commission that has brought us here to launch in South Africa on July 1st. So this will be our first launch. We're already based in the Middle East, but we're using this opportunity, and we've got a special pricing that we're making available to South African customers for this launch. So we really think that this is a great opportunity to provide the highest level of security. And based on what we've seen at this excellent conference, we think there's a lot of opportunity for use and starting out from here.
Fantastic. I'm going to ask our production team to do a quick kind of overview of that video again, so you can see the air gapping and the segmentation of the network. Yeah, guys, you can please cut to that briefly. So I think that's been very interesting, Stephen. I think that's an fantastic, fascinating product. And yeah, I'm hopeful it's going to do very well in our local market. This is Stephen Kynes from Goldilocks. Yeah, thanks for joining us, Stephen.
Yeah, thank you very much, Adrian.
So next up, we'll be talking to Ian from Blackwired, and that'll be with us shortly. So please stay tuned. Hello and welcome back. We are here live at the ITWeb Security Summit 2023. We're here on the exhibition floor again. One of the guys that I managed to find on the exhibition floor that I thought had a really interesting solution that I wanted to come in to chat to you is, this is Ian Johnson from Blackwired. Ian, welcome.
Thank you very much for having us.
That's a pleasure. So Ian, one of the kind of solutions, or let me start again. Why don't you give me an overview of your service offering, what it is that Blackwired does, and talk a little bit around your market.
So what we're looking to do with Blackwired is redefine threat intelligence. Our aim is to be the global leader in threat intelligence. What we're hearing from the C-suite is that we've invested in fantastic tooling, and these are good tools, whether it be detect and respond or the firewalls, but we're still getting hacked. And our view is that the current approach to threat intelligence focuses around the defensive house, our obsession with patching, and sharing within the ecosystem what has gone wrong. Our view of that is that's very much too late to say patient zero. So what we're focusing on with Blackwired is what's the adversary doing next. And our aim is to provide proactive prevention of a cyber attack. So our focus therefore is what's coming next. And how we do that is give that intelligence and a form to the client that they consume within their current security stack and raise all the boats.
Okay. Yeah. So I think that's an interesting solution. And I know a little birdie told me that in a previous life you were a member of the British military.
Right.
I think what I found interesting about that is obviously a lot of the cyber landscape. We talk about things in warfare. We talk about things as attackers and threat actors, and it's all very kind of military in its language, in its approach. But someone who's been through like a military campaign, who kind of understands that, and is now on the other side, or not the other side, but is now in the cyber landscape. What do you see? I mean, is it like simplistic? Is it that simple? What are the kind of similarities and comparisons that you see?
Well, the first thing is we are certainly at war. With what's happening in Ukraine, the indications for that happened back in November. So although the land war started in February, cyber war started in October and November, when the first attacks were launched against the former Soviet states. So we're absolutely, and what's different than traditional warfare? If you like, cyber is now the fifth dimension of war. What's interesting in cyber, though, is that a weapon or a payload, let's take lockbit. We were one of the first to discover the lockbit group and what they do, which is a stealer and a locking component.
Okay.
But that is now a ransomware as a service. There are thousands of bad actor groups who are picking up that payload and are using it in different ways. So from an intelligence perspective, we're not just watching one bad actor, we're looking to watch 1,000 bad actors. And they have preparations to act. So in a traditional attack sequence in warfare, it's ready, aim, fire. But in actual fact, in cyber, it's often aim, we will target a client, we will look for their vulnerabilities, and then we will go and get a payload that will best exploit that client and their vulnerabilities, and then we will fire against them.
Okay. Wow. Yeah, Ian, that's been fascinating. I have to say that you frightened me to a large degree, living here in South Africa thinking we're all safe, but obviously I'm sure we're not. Ian, that's been fascinating. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Guys, stay tuned. We're talking to Kim Netso from Vodacom shortly about the skills challenge in South Africa. Hello and welcome back. We're live here from the ITWeb Security Summit 2023. Joining me now is Kitumetsi Tsotsetsi. Can I do that justice? Okay, clearly. And she's from Vodacom, but today she's representing Geek Culture. Now, Geek Culture I know from our hackathons, which we are running a hackathon on the other side. But Kitumetsi, Dimi, thank you. Dimi's kindly agreed to talk to us about the state of skills in South Africa. And cyber skills I know is a big issue. But I think what we want to talk around is that we've got these kids, young people who are coming out of schools, coming out of universities, colleges, and they've got a certain set of skills. And they get into the workplace, and we're expecting another set of skills that they don't quite match up. And I know that's been a problem for a number of years, this kind of disconnect, this divide gap. So tell me what Geek Culture is doing to kind of address that.
Okay. So Geek Culture in general, it's, I guess I'll call it a community of IT. So we don't necessarily focus on cybersecurity, but on IT holistically.
Sure.
But we embed the secure by design narrative so that all of these students, regardless of whatever age they are and regardless of whatever solutions they're developing, always think of security in mind so that they can take they take more of the responsibility, but so that the consumer has less responsibility towards having to figure this and that, looking out for these types of errors, etc. But what we do is first and foremost create awareness about the IT industry and cybersecurity. So you'll find a lot of the time when you ask children, what do you want to do when you grow up? They will only tell you about things they know.
Sure.
And so we just try to get out there and say, there are these options. And with IT, it's not just coding and development. And with cybersecurity, it's not just ethical hacking or penetration testing.
Sure.
Because those are also some of the limitations. So what we're trying to do is create that awareness that, look, there are these industries, and within these industries, there are so many components that are either very technical or non-technical.
Sure.
So when we do host these hackathons within the team component, we have the developer, we have the BA, the business analysis components, the testing component, the person who will be doing the pitch or the business side of that. And so that we can also just communicate that there's so many facets and so many areas of involvement that you can do from an IT perspective and a cybersecurity perspective. Even looking at, we always ask them, what considerations did you take for your stakeholders? You know, you must look at the law. We are in this country, what must we adhere to? And also so that we can teach them, don't tell me about your functionality, tell me what problem you're solving.
Sure.
We don't want to know that when you click this button, great firecrackers happen. We want to say, oh my goodness, the sky was bland. And so we decided to beautify it, and this is how. Another thing culture does is we have vacation programs. This is from primary school through to high school. So when school holidays, we expose them to corporate environments, and we have on-prem training to say this is IT, this is what you can do, robotics, AI, etc. And at a varsity level, we actually collaborate with a lot of universities in South Africa so that we can say, even if it's not to the extent of incorporating hackathons into the formal syllabus, getting the details out there that there are hackathons happening so that if students don't have the resources, they can go to the school and do it there. And then why this is important, and as you said, we're having an event here, and we're asking everybody, please go there and just talk to them, because what you're going to say is, my name is Dumi and I do GRC, and they're going to be like, what is that? And suddenly they're having a conversation about something they didn't know about that might interest them, and they would look into that as a potential career path. Another thing that I really enjoy about hackathons, Steve Jump, he likes to say a hackathon is a real-time interview because you can see firsthand what a person can do.
Their thought processes, how they're working, those kind of things.
And the thing about hackathons is it involves either the soft skills, teamwork, conflict resolution, you've got 24 to 48 hours to bring something out. It is high pressure. You can deliver under pressure. You understand roles and responsibilities. You can learn very quickly because you're presented with the challenge when it starts, and you have to have a solution by then. Also test endurance. It's overnight, no sleep, this and that. And so when it comes to closing the gap, we would like people to go there and talk to the students so that they're aware of what's out there. But there's also a lot of learning that people in corporate get, because we also get so entrenched in our ways and our policies and married to certain technologies. And when you go to these hackathons, you're like, I never thought of it in that way.
Yeah.
And even some of the questions, the mentors would say, why don't you do this? And they'd be like, that makes absolutely no sense. And it's a safe space to say that, because you're not a CEO sitting with a junior where they would never dare to say, this makes no sense. They can then say to you, this makes no sense. These are the reasons. This is what I was thinking. Whether they're right or wrong is not the point. It's that the conversation is being had.
Sure.
From these hackathons, we've given, not us, but people that we collaborate with, jobs, bursaries, software, hardware, internships, and things like that. And that's how we connect. And like I'm saying, because you see somebody, you're very keen to hire them.
Yeah.
It limits also the recruitment, what is
Costs
it, fatigue and all of that, because you're already by the end of the hackathon very sure that this is who I want and this is what they're addressing. With companies as well, sometimes they come, they help us to facilitate the hackathon financially or whatever it is they can sponsor, and they bring their business problems. And now we've got all these kids that are actually helping to solve real life problems at a very reduced cost for the company. And it's things that they can then take and incubate and build into whatever it is that the company would need. So we're collaborating with public sector, private sector, and academia to get the ball rolling.
Okay. Yeah. So I'm going to mention one of our sponsors, Snode, who are helping us with this broadcast booth. I know they're one of the sponsors at the hackathon. I believe Telspace as well.
Yes.
And they're offering internships as one of the prizes. So again, I mean, as you explained, there's obviously a lot of value in that for these companies.
Absolutely. So for the companies, there's a lot of value in finding the type of talent you're looking for. Because like we say, there are so many jobs. And even when you apply as a new graduate, you never really know what you're getting into. But if you're an employer, you know exactly what you're looking for. And you might be able to find that person in that space. Another thing as well is we definitely are aware of the fact that us in the community, IT, cyber, we're very willing to take the students on. But there are limitations at corporate and HR, because they will come and say, we need a degree, we need this and that, we need a cert, we need 1,000 years of experience. And we need to come together and say, how do we change this? How do we take away the limitations? Cybersecurity and IT are very new. We cannot be using old recruitment strategies to identify talent. Something someone was saying yesterday is, in South Africa, and I guess globally, we still assume that the more you've studied, the more you know, and the more skills you have. And if you take somebody from high school who's, let's say, worked for 7 years, and you take someone with a PhD, who has the more skills from a cyber and IT perspective? You know, you might have the theory and the background at PhD level, but it's one of those industries where you need to get your hands dirty. And with hackathons, nobody's obliged. Everybody comes on a voluntary basis. So you already know that all the people are sitting there are there because they want to be there. They are teachable. They want to learn. And what more would you want as a company?
Okay. So I think you kind of touched on it, but I think if we could just delve down a bit more into it. What do we need to do as an industry? Hackathons are obviously great at kind of developing skills, giving exposure and experience, and giving companies this kind of insight into potential hires. But there must be more to it than hackathons. So if you were to kind of talk to industry, I'm going to make you the president of South Africa's cybersecurity industry today. What are your kind of top priorities? What are your top tasks?
So I think with 4IR, right, there is a strategy happening at a government level for the implementation of 4IR. And if we as companies and governments and academia recognize the importance of that, we need to be very intentional and deliberate about investing in those skills. And a lot of the time when we ask for sponsorship, people assume we want money.
Yeah.
Which is great. I mean, there's definitely a lot we can do with money, but there's so much more that companies can give, like old devices that they may not be using, because you might find that some students don't have their own machine.
Sure.
So if you as a company are getting rid of devices, we have places that we can take those devices. We can be building libraries and tech areas in rural areas where people can come and have these hackathons. It can be data, it can be routers, it can be time as well. Because, for example, with this hackathon, it's happening now, but we had a whole build-up where we had to teach people what security is,
right,
and why is it important, and what should you consider. And that's where industry people would give their own time to come and just give a 1-hour lecture on a Saturday afternoon. That is not money, right?
Yeah.
It's just
Voluntary.
there are different kinds of investment. There are also things like when we are having a hackathon, drop off some hot dogs. You know, we need to feed the people. They're staying overnight. We need water. So the thing is, any contribution, no matter how small, is great. And even as a company, if you can only take one person to share, we will try to sort out transport and this and that. Let's not think that everything is set in stone. There are so many ways of assisting us to assist the community, and it just takes saying, what can we do? So I think also another thing that can be very beneficial for organizations is the CSI. CSI is literally about giving back to the community.
Yeah.
And a lot of companies' CSI initiatives are aligned to technology and enabling society. But every time we ask, so I've been asking everyone that here. So they come in with like, these are our services, this is what we do. And I'm like, that's great. We're talking about the skills gap. What are you doing as a company to close that? And they're like, well, we have grad programs, we have internships. And I'm like, you know, you could do like way more. And they're like, what do you mean? And I'm like, did you go to them? Have you seen them? You know, that's all they need.
Yeah.
It's not always money. And then I think also from an academia perspective, we really need to go about looking at the students and what they're being taught, because we find that from a readiness perspective, they might learn. IT is already challenging because what you learn in your first year of varsity is already obsolete by the time you graduate.
Sure. Yeah.
And so how can we go about integrating innovation into the syllabus so that you are learning the fundamentals and what's important, but also aligning it to what's happening right now and what's happening currently. We cannot teach you Visual Basic, and that's not what's being used in the industry anymore. So that's what, and then I think from a public sector perspective, we also need a lot of support there. But in working with them, what we've learned is they don't always have the capacity. So they do have the directive and the mandate, but they need the companies, whoever, to say, we have the capacity to facilitate this. So I think it's important as well for companies to see how they can get government support without it having to be from their own pockets, because government does have that mandate. Companies have that mandate. Academia has that mandate. So if we all have this mandate, I'm not understanding
why it's not working.
Not clicking.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, look, Timmy, I think that's been fantastic. You've covered a lot. And I think it's a subject that does need a lot of investigation. It needs a lot of coordination, I guess.
Yeah.
And culture is obviously playing its part. For people who want to find out more, how would they go about contacting Geek Culture? Is there a website?
Yes, there is. So our website is www.geekculture.dev. And then on social media, all social media, it's Geek Culture. So Twitter is @Geek Culture, Instagram is Geek Culture, Facebook is Geek Culture. We've tried to keep it consistent everywhere. And on our websites as well, you're able to see upcoming events. You're also able to see previous events, so you can see what those were about. We have our materials on there. We have our pictures. Oh, something I didn't mention: parents. Your kids are going to hackathons. They're not going to parties. Please believe them. Please
But you said there'd be hot dogs.
Exactly. So the thing is, sometimes we do actually find we have to write letters to people. We're happy to do that.
Yeah.
But actually, sometimes the students, let's say our youngest participant is 11, and she's probably had to take time off school to be here. And no parent wants to listen to that. And
Sure.
we definitely understand it's your directive as a parent, but we usually have these over weekends. And when a child comes and says, this event starts on Friday and ends on Sunday, we definitely understand that any parent will be like, not on my watch. Where are you sleeping? On the chairs. It is something that sounds very like, we're not sleeping. We're just going to be on the just bunch of everybody. They're going to be boys and girls in the same room. They are mentors, they are judges, they are all people watching. They are never left alone to just figure it out because they do need the guidance along the way. But please believe your children, give them the opportunity to take part in these things as parents so that they can just open up their minds. Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Tumi, that's been fantastic. Thank you so much.
You.
And let's hope together geek culture and the industry can start to change things.
Absolutely, I have no doubts.
Guys, stay tuned. Coming up next, we've got Yasin Watnell from CrowdStrike. He'll be joined by my colleague Sam. Stay tuned. Keep well.
Welcome back, everybody. We are back in the studio, and now we are joined by Yasin from CrowdStrike. We continue our discussions on cybersecurity. Yasin, our discussion right now, let's focus on generative AI and the threat challenges. Can you just try and share with us the challenges and the opportunities around it?
Yeah, absolutely. So I'll provide you a bit of context around the generative AI.
We'll be back. Welcome back, everybody. We are back in the studio. The discussions continue. Now we are joined by Yasin from CrowdStrike. We're talking about generative AI and threat challenges. Yasin, can you take us through some of the challenges in this space?
Yes. So I'll provide you a little bit of context around generative AI, what it means to empower the users. So at CrowdStrike, we've focused essentially on three things, three main areas. So one of the first one is to provide you the context, the threat landscape. We started as being an intelligence company, and providing you the understanding of why there is an attack going on, what's the motivation, what's the attribution, there is APT groups, nation state, etc. So that's one part of it. The second part is to provide a platform, a consolidated platform that has product and can enable and can help you against all of the cyber threat stacks, all of them. So to install something inside an environment and have different use cases such as next generation AV, machine learning on the endpoint, you have your EDR. So that is part of the platform, and I'll get back to this a little bit after. And so ensuring that this is unified. And then there's a very important aspect as well. Once we install the products, we also want to ensure we empower the users to make the correct decision. Because we quite often talk about detecting an attack, but we don't talk about the speed of which we have to make a decision, the speed of which we have to block an attack. So with the help of generative AI, that can help empower the users to give them full confidence into making the correct decision, such as containing a machine, disabling compromised user accounts. And so that is really the purpose here of applying generative AI. So the way it works, it's in English, you ask the question, provide a bit of, this is what I'm saying, and that's what the AI will do. So that human machine interaction is the purpose of having generative AI.
And do you think the industry has a proper understanding and appreciation of the impact that generative AI has on their business?
But it's a new concept. It started with ChatGPT recently, even though we have trained AI for quite some time, and we have different data sets to provide the right context, so that when we ask a question, it will actually provide you with the proper answers.
Okay. Let's move to another area that is of interest, which is secure workloads and zero trust.
Yes.
Can you try and tell us this concept?
Yes. So as I mentioned, one of the important pillar of CrowdStrike is to provide you with product platform, and that has to be unified. So what we do is we ensure that we have a single management console that has all of the products, all of the use case within one single agent. All right, so that is very important. So now the way we architect it is first we have to install and secure all the workload, whether they are on-prem or they are in the cloud. We have to have visibility and ensuring that there is a level of runtime protection on each of those workloads.
Okay. And in terms of the guidelines around zero trust, can you maybe briefly just try and explain some of those things? The guidelines.
Absolutely. So zero trust is a journey, of which we have to ensure that we constantly check and verify. We put conditional access, and that's a very important thing. So when we tie a lot of the internal usage within an environment with a user with the identity, literally when someone logs in, right, then he's able to do certain things within the environment. So the zero trust is to ensure that we put authentication checks, so that we put conditional access to resources, to different places that are important for the company, so that we ensure that the trust approach is there. Okay.
and the appreciation from the industry, because I think you guys are the experts, and people need to. Do you think people understand this concept of zero trust, and or there is that appetite to try and learn more about it?
We see adoption and we helping them in this journey. There is products, there is concept as well. So it's always technology, people, and processes. So there is a level of technology that can help you in the process of zero trust. There is different framework as well that can help them and give them some guidelines on what to do next. Yeah, so there is different bricks that for to put, and definitely we're here to help them.
Okay, thank you. As we conclude, Yassine, let's look at threat intelligence.
Yes.
Can you take us through that area?
Absolutely. So it's very important to know your adversary.
Yeah.
You gotta understand the threats that you're facing. So whether it is through intel reports or whether it is through searches on the dark web, so things that could potentially be there, leaks that you don't know of, and having log source and having a tool that can allow you to understand what is there. Is there any of my data, in there? How do I know? Can I increase my my posture, my risk posture, with the help of other product as well? I can understand what's the hacker view of my company, what assets are out there exposed to the internet. So we need to know the adversary, and then we need to understand the entire the entire, say, visibility, things that they see from you as well. It's very important.
Okay. And lastly, in conclusion, what are some of the trends probably people should look out in the near future within this episode?
So definitely it's one of them, and you're adopting and empowering the users as well. I'd say there is an element of people which is very important as well. We continue to see obviously a trend in the consolidation of having a platform which is consolidated. We want to have a single management to do things. We don't want to have to log into 10 different. So a lot of the operational use cases that we have and we see, they are there to provide you with a single console with a full visibility of what's going on inside your environment. And again, as I mentioned earlier, really to understand and to know your adversary, what they see from you is very important.
Listen, thank you so much for joining us in the studio. Ladies and gentlemen, you can keep on watching. More shows are coming up. The discussion continues. Thank you.
And then I'm going to run you through our attack chain from the start until we've gained root access to the machine. And we've managed to find 2 flags that were inside the machine. So the first thing that we did, we ran the network scan, which basically exposed port 53, port 8, and port 22. And then after that, we ran Ferox Buster to brute force the directories on the website. And then once we've gained that, we've managed to see that there was directory listing. And then we find the confidentiality.docx file, of which we used Office to join Python scripts to basically change the document into a hash, and we broke the hash, and then we managed to unlock the document. And then we've also used WP scan to basically enumerate the WordPress, and then we found the valid username, which was Mr. Robert. And then we've managed to basically log into the WordPress site. And then once we're there, we then uploaded the web share. And then we're just basically going through the website, and then we managed to find the first clip on this directory. And then we then decided to okay. So that's where we found the first flag. And then after that, we wanted to find the second flag. We wanted to be the root in the system. So we then decided to use the bind chat, which basically means we are connecting to the target machine instead of the target machine connecting to us. And we've successfully completed that, and we created a payload using payload reverse just the website that you can use to generate payload. And then we're able to basically get a shell on the machine. And then we use NPs to basically see how can we then escalate our privileges to root. And then we found this Z8H running, and then if you run that, you basically be root because it was set to run as root. And then we were able to get the second flag, and then that's how we completed all the flags. Thank you.
Right, thank you so much for that. I just want to confirm something very quickly. So right at the start, you said that one of your critical findings was that the server was running HTTP and not HTTPS. But you were not able to exploit that, correct?
We did show impact. We were able to capture the username and the password.
Was that what you used to log in, or did you do that after the fact? Yes. Yeah. So you weren't sniffing, you didn't do a man-in-the-middle attack in order to listen to actually exploit that. Yes.
Yeah, so we just basically showing impact just in case. Yeah, that's true. So we use that to show impact. No.
Yeah. Okay. And then just my second question, the fact sheet, the updated software. Did you attempt any exploits against that software?
No, we didn't. But we that's why we have that as an informational finding. That we did say that potential impact if exploited. Because of time, we couldn't exploit it. We only had 24 hours to complete the assessment.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, so I think just from our side, well done. I think your report's quite good. I think your vulnerabilities are a bit overrated. It's not all critical. A lot of it's just remember that competitive exploitation is an important factor to your ratings, right? Because to get in between my traffic and a browser and a website or not in, it's not a straightforward thing. So things like that. Otherwise, I think, yeah, well done, quite well. I think all the facts from the CTF. The privilege escalation, just in terms of that, how does it actually work? You have to explain it to me.
Okay.
In more detail.
So I would like to believe that there was a security misconfiguration on the system. There was a sneaky bit that was running as root. And then the moment you open it, you also have root privileges, which is why we were able to get the second flag.
All right, let's give Oral a round of applause, everybody. All right, we've got Blue AGs coming up next. Let's give them a round of applause.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We are Blue Ages, and this is Sideline. Did you know that in 2021, South Africa ranked 9th of the top 10 countries to lose money due to security breaches? Did you know that WhatsApp itself experienced a security breach that made over 500 million users vulnerable? And that Discom had over 3.6 million records exposed in cyber attack. But most importantly, yesterday, yes, as recently as yesterday, Showmax experienced a breach that exposed over 27,000 passwords. So clearly, data security in South Africa is an issue, but that's where we come in. CyberArk is an innovative solution created to tackle the rapidly increasing concept of data leaks and interceptions within corporations. CyberArk works by providing data protection and encryption to prevent data from being leaked within corporations and to the public. The application provides instant solutions, ensuring that your information is protected at all costs.
How CyberLock by Blue Ages is targeting the problem. CyberLock provides instantaneous solutions to data leaks, strong encryption, and protection and access control for authorized personnel. CyberLock aims to be the leading solution for digital information security. It enables businesses to realize its security needs and goals, as well as it protects valuable data. Blue Aegis offers monitoring and management of CyberLock, professional cybersecurity solutions, training and support for effective app utilization. We offer end-to-end encryption, which guarantees confidentiality of messages, as well as protection against unauthorized access. We also offer user authentication, which verifies the identity of the user before sending or receiving messages, and multi-factor authentication options for enhanced security. We offer features such as authorization controls that grants access controls based on users' roles and permissions. It also reduces the risk of data leaks and unauthorized disclosures.
System development lifecycle. This is our framework which defines each step that involved in the software development.
The steps in the software development life cycles are as follows. We have the analyze, development, system designing, testing, and deployment.
We used ASP.NET and C# for the development of our app and software. We considered the following steps prior to and in preparation for our implementation: prototyping and customizing each package or put into the corporation's needs. CyberLock is easily accessible through popular app stores and search engines with web applications. Blue Aegis services offer direct distribution and implementation within our clients' organizations. Our long-term goals are to continuously improve our application and quality assurance, to expand globally, and we foresee financial success and sustainability while maintaining customer acquisition and retention. Some key takeaways. CyberLock is an innovative, protective solution that offers encryption, authentication, control, and integrity, while being easily accessible via app stores, Blue Aegis, and web integration. Blue Aegis services offer monitoring, cybersecurity, and training support. Thank you. Over to you, Kat.
Okay, moreover on our system, CyberLock, I think you've mentioned that we have implemented authorization, encryption, as well as authentication, basically to prevent data leaks, incidences such as that, as well as insiders, so that we can make sure that everybody is able to communicate with the people that they are authorized to communicate with. Because basically we built this whole system so that they can share sensitive information. I know that it's something that they can do via email, but we wanted to make this specifically for the sharing of sensitive information, because I wouldn't really suggest that you do that via email. So yeah, that's why we did this. Thank you very much.
Guys, as a question to other teams, the laptop where you will be demoing from, please also join the call from there as well, please. I can take the demo. Can take the demo to the judges table and not teach you at the same time.
Team 2 pages, a presentation. It was amazing. I mean, I come from a compliance, and regulatory space, and I know that when it comes to most leaks are actually from data, So my question is actually based on, I want you guys to take us through your data segmentation processes and how you classify the data, And number two, I'm actually more concerned about the encryption methods that you guys released. Was it like, in which public keys do you guys use? Maybe if you use like a scripture or in the algorithm. So
okay, on the first question you asked, the data, the way we did the data set of our, okay, we started off by creating a database, and then we had like a separate table for employees and a table for messages. And our strategy was that we used the employee database to authenticate and authorize by knowing exactly what's your occupation. And we basically give you authorization based on your occupation, what your occupation allows you to communicate, who to communicate with. And then on top of the encryption is that we used SHA-256. We used that method because we believe that compared to other encryption methods.
No, that's over high. That's not encryption. That's hashing.
Yeah.
Hashing.
So you used to that's the vastly different. So I wish you luck this.
Welcome back to the ITWeb Security Summit. In studio, we are now joined by Tash Finnegan. Tash is the Cybersecurity Officer at FNB and around the cyber threat space. Thank you. Yes.
Thank you very much. Just a small correction. I recently got married, so I'm actually not Tash van and Hefa. I forgot to let ITWeb know. My apologies, but thank you very much for having me.
No, thanks for letting me know. We'll get it right next time. Thanks, Tash. Tash, I just wanted to find out from you. Yesterday, I was sitting through like one of the keynotes, and a comment that came up was around how banks are the most targeted in terms of cyber threats or cyber security incidents. And I just wanted to find out from you, like, are you witnessing a spike in this regard? And, within the banking sector, and to what extent is it?
No, I wouldn't necessarily say that. I think, unfortunately, we're right. What are we? We're banks. Show me the money. That's what we've got. We've got the money. I told you that just before. So obviously, we targeted because that's probably the most financial gain that they have, quickest route. Do I see a spike? We have peaks and troughs over the course of the year where we see more attempts versus others. As an industry, we've all very strongly collaborated. So normally, if there is a peak that happens, we all communicate about it, and then we're better prepared as an industry. But at the end of the day, we've got the money, right? Of course, we'll always be the top targeted. Why go for the guy? You have to get to the guy to get to the money. If you could just go for the guy that has the money. But I think what they're realizing is that economically, it's no longer viable to go for the banks because, unfortunately, we're investing in cybersecurity so much that it becomes more economical to spend and go after the other people.
And can you talk to me about, the investment that maybe your organization is doing around, securing your cyberspace and all of that stuff?
I think no different to any other financial services organization. We follow a defense in depth approach. We do a significant investment. I can't give you the exact rands and cents, but it's of the 100 millions in cybersecurity on controls, people, processes, awareness. That's absolutely critical. It's a huge investment. Our organization takes cybersecurity very seriously. I have a good percentage, industry average percentage of the budget, and we spend a lot of time getting the support that we need from the executives as well as the organization to really defend ourselves. I think when your mandate is the responsibility for corporate of the country's money, you've got to be about it.
There's often that saying that the weakest link are often the people. Is that the same within the banking sector, or what do you guys?
I think it's no different to anywhere else. People will always be the weakest link because at the end of the day, not everybody cares about it as much as what we do, and as a result, nobody really cares. Maybe the kids don't care about as much the security alarm or the fence that the parents put up around the house. It's no different to people working in an organization. They know it's there, they feel safe, but do they pay enough attention to care about it? Not necessarily. So it's our job to make sure that we integrate them as much as possible, try and be as passionate about it as what we are, and more importantly,
yeah, Plan B is always good for you, I suppose, in every sector or industry. But on the subject of people, what I wanted to find out from you is that a lot of us are banking on our phones, we're banking on whether it's internet banking, like on your laptop, we're connecting across multiple devices to access our banking. Does that cause, is that a risk? What kind of a risk is that, if it is? If you can just talk me through that.
Absolutely. So, what you have is you have your laptop, right? You have your email, you have other applications that you run. It's more likely that those applications are not as patched and up to date as what some things are would be on your phone. I think that people take more care of their phones than what they do of their laptops. And as a result, the risk of you being attacked and exploited by a laptop is probably higher. Okay. Assuming again that the bank that you have has got something that security in place. I think if you bank with us, I can proudly say that we are very strong on both fronts. But the risk vector on your app, you also have biometrics. Unless you move to biometrics on a laptop, which some companies do, but it's a heavy investment. The risk is definitely higher on a workstation than what it is on a phone. Personal risk on a phone, however, becomes higher because if you get stolen and your device gets stolen, your entire life is on your cell phone. It's not necessarily on your laptop. So there's different risks to both, and you have to take different approaches to securing both.
And you mentioned biometrics. Would you say that that's like an extra layer that I, as a customer or like a banking customer, can include as part of just trying to secure my space, or like what I'm doing on my app or banking app?
Absolutely. Your username and password is no longer unique to you. Hackers can crack a password within milliseconds today. So, as strong as you think your password is, unless it's in 300 character digits and, your auntie's uncle's first pet, maybe when they were 2 years old, and passwords are crackable today. So what do you need to do? You need to move to the next layer of authentication. Something about know who you are, have something. What you have is you have your own physical identity. And that's definitely the next layer. It's a lot harder for me to impersonate your eyeball or your fingerprint than what it is for me to remember your password or crack your password. So, you know, what's the risk next? Sure, they could cut off your hand, or sure, they could drug you and use your fingerprint. But, you know, I think people take a lot more care about their physical security than what they care about their digital identity. So, biometrics is critical.
And you know, given you as the cybersecurity officer at FNB, what keeps you awake at night, like in terms of what you're seeing around cyber threats and risks in the country, particularly?
What keeps me awake at night these days, and it changes from quarter to quarter depending on what controls we're implementing. Insider keeps me up at night, and when I talk about insider, I don't just mean somebody that works in context or somebody that works in branch, but somebody we recently saw the breach that was reported about a cybersecurity analyst that was creating and committing fraud and stealing data within the organization. How do you catch the people that are there to design to protect the organization? Because I can promise you, as much as they're there to protect, they also know how to hide. Okay. So how do you catch those guys? And I think that's probably the thing that keeps me up at night. So it's cybersecurity access, but also general IT access. Those, in my opinion, are way higher risk.
And are you finding more of that happening, like within internally, not necessarily your organization, but within the...
I think the next thing that people are focusing on is insider. I can't say to you whether it's more or less, because I think we've taken such a long time to focus on the outside in approach that we're not quite good at saying inside out. And there's so many variables that come with inside outs, like, okay, fine, you can use behavior, but how do you know what's good behavior and what's bad behavior in every single person's role? So it's a lot harder to solve for. I think that what we're seeing is every company right now is starting to look at solving for insider, and it's about seeing what that trend looks like. We've had enough experience now around phishing to build predictions around it. I think in insider is going to be the next 3 to 5 years, we'll be able to build some predictions.
Awesome. And Tash, in terms of, you know, what from your organization, what security elements that you'll be including, or I mean not including, but like adding to protect customers, what, if you can share anything around that?
The biggest thing that we are focusing on at the moment is behavioral based, right? We want to start being in a position where we can do predictive. I think what you'll see today is something we do is if you make a transaction that's new, something we've seen before, we send a message to say, where did you make this transaction, and you know, fraud, because we're trying to be a bit more proactive about the way we sort of do modeling around what's people's behavior. That's, I think, the best way we can do it is behavioral based. And then it just becomes that fine line between behavior versus managing privacy. But I think it's the aspect that we're in at the moment.
Thank you so much for this conversation.
Oh, thank you very much. And thank you very much to ITWeb and the team for allowing me to be part of it this year. It's my first time talking, and I'm very excited to be here. So thank you.
We hope we'll see you again next year.
Hopefully, and I won't be maybe next time. Let's see.
Thanks so much. Thank you. Stay tuned for more upcoming on the ITWeb Security Summit.
Just to give an overview, history of cyber attacks. Since 1970, cyber attacks has been growing at higher pace, with incident that highlights potential impacts such as malicious softwares. And then in the recent years, we have been having events like WannaCry, ransom, and SQL injections. For example, late last year, Shoprite suffered from a major ransom attack. The attack encrypted the data on the server and disrupted the operation. Our system was motivated, or we were motivated to develop a system from the attacks that we have just mentioned. I'm just going to give my take.
So basically, the problem is that in the current digital world, complex is a wide range of cybersecurity threats. Existing intrusion detection systems like firewalls lack advanced technologies like machine learning to help them adapt to new threats. So we need to adapt systems that can learn past attacks identify patterns, and then use this knowledge to prepare for future attacks.
And our solution just includes data collection, where we collected data for network traffic. And then we process our data and scale our data so that we can be able to develop machine learning algorithms or models. And after we have developed our models, we had to train our model by using the same data that we have collected. We had to classify data into two trainings, which is training set and testing set. And after that, we used a user interface to be able to simulate our solution.
So basically, our system is different from other systems that are out there because we aim to cater to small businesses like retail stores and startup companies. These businesses have limited resources but still face significant cyber threats and attacks. So companies that use our systems will benefit in the following three ways. So the first one is real-time monitoring. So basically, the system is constantly monitored, making it easier for them to detect early threats and then prevent attacks from happening. And then our system will also enhance the security of these businesses by protecting them against cyber threats and unauthorized access. Our system is also a cost-effective solution that aligns with the budgetary constraints faced by small businesses. In
conclusion, as we have already stated, we have developed a system that solves cyber attacks by detecting anomalies from the network. And then this system looks into solving problems, more especially in small businesses like startup companies and retailers. And then we hope that we can be able to provide them the solution that will be their target market. Thank you.
Okay, you guys hear me? So basically, our focus was initially on the model itself. So the user interface is not that pretty, but the initial goal was to simulate the process, to show you how we learned from the data we needed and how we tested it. So we have the selected test data, and so that's the test data that we're going to see the quality. And the training data, sorry, and this is the test data. So displays that. Initially, once you click the detect anomalies, it was supposed to be this thing here, but we did not do that because of time. But it does detect the anomalies or show you that in the data. So here, this is where we detected the anomalies, and then we grouped those anomalies based on specific hacks. So we've got analysis hacks, backdoor, class attacks. So we group those to show you which attack will go through. And then thereafter we rank the individual attacks. So attacks will. This is a table showing the rankings of the attacks. So what I did was I took the more common attacks and made them lower ranked simply because if an attack is more common, people are probably mitigate against that attack. And then the least common attacks are those that are high ranked, and then I color coded the attacks just to visualize the data.
welcome back. Thanks for joining us. With me in the studio, I've got George Paul, who's here to talk to us about the 1,000 Pen Testers for Africa program. Welcome, George Paul.
Thank you, Chris. Yes, we feel welcome. Thank you very much. Yeah.
It's a bit of a tongue twister. I hope I've got that correct. The reference to your program.
Oh yes, absolutely. You're doing well.
Okay,
Yeah.
Thank you. So maybe before we start with the program, can you tell me a little bit about what the role of a pen tester is, just to break it down for us?
Okay, so a pen tester really is a person. It's the practice of testing your vulnerabilities in your environment. Now, vulnerabilities can range over a range or a scope, over applications that have certain weaknesses in them. Organizations want to fix those vulnerabilities so that it cannot be exploited by an attacker. So the practice of pen testing is really about testing those holes so that we can fix them, and then the organization can be secure. And that's really the practice of pen testing. But there's now the ethical side of it, and obviously the unethical side of it. We are on the ethical side of the pen testing side, and it's also called an ethical hacker.
Ethical hacker.
Yeah. So the words are interchangeable, but don't get too much into the tongue twisting about it. It's the concepts that we want to communicate.
Right. I mean, we're talking a lot of terminology, but at the end of the day, this is an incredibly important part of a cyber security strategy or cyber security posture. Is that correct?
It is. It's very important, and it's one that has been overlooked. So, and what we really advocate is building the attacker's mindset within an organization. So if you know how the attacks work and you know how to detect them in your environment, and then design your protection strategies around those sort of mechanisms of how attackers operate, then you would be able to be better off to ward off the attacks.
Thinking like an attacker to be able to defend really, really well. At the end of the day.
That's correct, yeah.
Okay. So maybe we can get into the details of the actual program itself. 1,000 pen testers in Africa. So is that the objective to train 1,000 pen testers?
Yes, that's correct. But if I can just give you a little bit of a story of how this. So we are a specialist cybersecurity company. We're based on the open source community, and what we do is we do help organizations with incident response and preparation for incidents. So we were at this one customer, and we were busy with incident response training, simulation exercises, crisis decision making, and all of that. So what they were doing before us, they had an attack, and their emails were compromised. The Microsoft Office administrator password was compromised, and we found them. They were communicating with each other about the incident, and the attackers were getting the emails. So when we came in, we said, "Okay, guys, hold it a second." So we have what is called an out-of-band platform, which means it's not part of your network where you can prepare for your incident response. So we had the CEO in a room. We asked to speak to the CEO for 2 hours because we wanted to prepare him for it. So the CEO said there's no chance that he can give us 2 hours of his time. And he ended up coming into the boardroom, and he was there for 5 minutes. We could hardly speak to the guy in the time. And he then left the boardroom. And then he came back. I think he took a few steps outside, and then he came back into the boardroom. And he said to us, "Guys, I've got a great idea." And we said, "Oh, wow, this is great, man. Here's the guy back, you know." And he said, "Listen, I have an idea. If we fix all our vulnerabilities in 2 weeks, and I can communicate to the board, is this a great idea? And we can do budgets, and we can plan around it and all that."
Yes.
We were laughing because vulnerabilities come up in your organization all the time. It's not just in 2 weeks.
Right.
So the head of security said to him, "Sir, what you need 1,000 of these guys to fix all these vulnerabilities." So that's why we named the program 1,000 Pen Testers for Africa, was to sort of show the idea that you need 1,000 pen testers to be able to go through all these vulnerabilities in your organization there. But what we do more is, this is really based on the success story of my company. I have groomed my 2 sons. They are ethical hackers. And customers were astounded by their skills. And I mean, Thaddeus, my youngest son, he's 23 years old. He can write reports that board that executives can understand. And in the security industry, very few, very highly efficient people can write even the reports. So people asking, how did they get these skills? And we are part of the open source security community. One of our platforms has more than 5,000 security professionals where we share information. There's coaching, there's mentoring, and all of that. And what we found with cybersecurity, it's a lonely place. If you are under attack and you don't have friends that you can call, no other careers have it. If you study law, if you study finance, and you have a difficulty to understand a certain calculation and all that, you pick up the phone and you call the people that you studied with. In cybersecurity, it's a lonely place. If you are under attack and you don't have friends that you can call upon. So what we said, and what made us successful, is that we have more than 5,000 friends globally of experts, that when we come to an environment and we help a customer, we're coming there as an open source community, and we're bringing in that expertise into your environment to sort of help you. But so customers challenge us to say, listen, what you've done with your sons is amazing. This needs to be broadcasted out there. So it's our first time exhibiting the program. We just back from Germany, where we had some customers that wants us to come to Germany and relocate there. And they offered us pizzas from a microwave. And I said to the guys, sir, I'm no disrespect. We come from South Africa and we eat pizzas from a wood oven. So it's just no way. So we South African, we want to stay here, but we can provide you with services. So we are called globally, and they admire the skills. So how me and my sons developed these skills? Basically, I've been in the security industry. I've got 2 master's degrees. I can study theoretically, and you give me the information. My sons want practical. They want to work with the tools. So what happens is that if I buy a new phone, I read the manual, and they laugh at me. How can you go through the manual? But that's how I learn. But they will take the phone and start figuring out the phone. But then we come together and then we exchange the information. So cybersecurity should be collaboration work. Students should be studying together so that you can create the friendships. Currently, people have friendships for entertainment, watching the rugby and all that, but they don't have friends of people that have the technical skills that they can call upon when there is a crisis, like the other careers have. So the 1,000 Pen Testers for Africa program is really an initiative to take what we've done as a family and what I've done with my 2 sons with an international collaboration to make this accessible to young people on the continent and training them. And the success stories are just amazing about the program.
What is the sort of response from the target market that you're looking at with this program, the youngsters? We often hear that there's a shortage of, everyone knows there's a massive shortage of cybersecurity skills. And some people have suggested that a lot of this has to be addressed at school level, even before tertiary level, looking at school level, get the kids interested in cybersecurity and why it's important to become an ethical hacker. I mean, do you think that that's the way the market is responding? And what can change to change the narrative?
I think we need to sort of put the program or the dealing with this challenge into different phases. Of course, dealing with cyber issues and bullying and all that at the primary school level is very important to put the assertiveness of the children as they grow so that they can't be bullied and all that sort of stuff and be victimized and all that. The space that we are addressing are people that are out of school, the people that are ready to go and work. This program, in 12 months, we can take a person that has been in IT for 2 or 3 years, and we can upskill them to be actually certified ethical hackers. But what they do, they study in a collaborative environment with other people, and you build up these friendships that you need. And because you need a whole network of your own, so that you can, like the other careers, that you can have friends that you can call upon. And that is really what this is about. So we are addressing a specific area of this challenge, and it's about upskilling existing people within organizations. Many organizations have IT people that are really smart. And when you've done IT support and doing network administration, database administration, help desk and all that. If you've done that for 3 years, you are bored. You're coming to work almost as a zombie. You are switched off.
Yes.
With this program, we can take those people and really reignite them and give them a new sense of purpose and direction so that they can now upskill themselves and help the organization to build the skills internally. You know, the customer I'm talking to you about, where the CEO. So the CIO called me up and he said to me, I need to see you urgently. So I said, oh, great. Boil the kettle, I'm coming. And we got there, we had a cup of coffee. He says, listen, I've got some good news and bad news. What do you want first? I said, no, give me the bad news and let me deal with it. He says, no, I want to give you the good news. I said, okay. He says, listen, the board has approved of the plans in terms of all the exercises, the attack exercises that we've been doing, crisis decision making, and all of that. We've done it. So I said, okay, so what's the bad news? He said, 2 people that you've trained have just resigned. This is the biggest problem that nobody is talking about. People are being poached from one company to another, and the people are not developing the skills internally. We have shown in this same customer where, the board has just approved the budgets and all that. The CIO said to me, what do I do? That my 2 key people that are now full skilled have now been poached. And he didn't have budget to make them a counter offer. So what we said is, listen, we're going to give you a short-term plan with a managed service around this, but we're going to create a long-term program as part of this. They enrolled 3 students onto the program. In 3 months, those interns was busy in the network, running around, finding vulnerabilities. Just in 3 months. Because they've been exposed to coaching and learning these tech tools. So they were going around, and the story is actually wonderful, and we get on a call and we hear how they've learned these tools, and obviously with guidance, they are going and finding these holes in the organization. They're now even going to talk to the different business units, these youngsters. So our children have the potential if we provide them the information. I have done this with my 2 sons. People are astounded at their skills, but if we give our youth the chance and we give them the environment in which for them to grow, and these guys are so smart. They can figure things out so quickly. I've learned more from my boys than I think what they've learned from me.
It's the digital generation, isn't it?
Exactly.
How are you engaging the market for people that might be interested in approaching you to become part of the program? What are you doing to sort of recruit?
Yeah, so thank you. So basically what we've done before is we would go to customers that we had incident response where they had called upon. We've dealt with more than 100 incident response cases in the last 3 years. And we know these attacks. And we speak to customers and then they hear about us. And one of our customers said, guys, there's a crisis out there. You guys are not known. We need to get this story out there. And one of our first students has just emigrated to New Zealand. And he is so in demand there. He calls us and it's part of our network. And what I said to them is, guys, we're going to build this program and we're going to publish it. And one of our customers actually pushed me to say, we want this information to come out so that people will come and exhibit at the trade shows and all that sort of things. We are not marketing specialists, we're engineers. We can fix the vulnerabilities, we can find that, we're pen testers, but we've transferred the skills. So this is a story of our company and how the journey that we've walked with our boys, how coaching was able to get the people into the program. So we're approaching the market. Right now, we have customers that directly approach us for this because they don't know how to mentor these skills in an organization. We have training providers that approaches us with how can we collaborate in that. So we have a wide range of people that now talk to us, and we are enrolling students into the program, and the success is it's so humbling.
So I mean, we've spoken a little bit about how the program works, and we spoke about the issue of headhunting and how companies poach students, and what is there any mechanism in place to stop a student that embarks on your program or joins your program from starting as an ethical hacker to becoming non-ethical? Because let's face it, there is that possibility that they could be attracted to something else that takes them off course.
Absolutely, that is definitely possible. It's like a knife.
Yeah.
You can use a knife to cut a piece of biltong in South Africa, but you can use it to stab.
Sure.
So, and it's basically, we have a whole ethics and governance process that we go through with the students. There's a take-on form. There's a whole process of taking them on my team. Basically, runs the administration of the program, and we basically induct the students. We've got some of the top professionals globally. I mean, John Strand. John Strand is a celebrity in the cybersecurity community, at least the open source. He's developed all these programs already. He's part of we developed the pen test framework that pen testers use. He's a coach on the program. So the ethics is top of our priorities, and that's what we teach. But we can't control somebody that would go out there and go and does things. But to belong to the 1,000 Pen Tester program, we also have a volunteer program part of it, where we're helping non-profit organizations. We are working with other people in the industry, where we're creating this volunteerism, where they can do projects and protect non-profit organizations. So we inculcate a sense of community, a sense of responsibility and accountability, but also of gratitude that they can get this opportunity. So the mixture of those things, we hope that it affects you in your neurology, in how you think about things. And in that way, we hope to keep you on the side of the fence.
Of the good side.
Correct.
Yeah. You're recruiting across Africa.
Yes.
Not just within South Africa. So this is an Africa-wide training program. And where are the other students coming from? Other countries in Africa that
So we've got customers in Tanzania, Zambia, and in Kenya at the moment. We are going to Rwanda in August. We're busy talking to some of the banks there, and they love what we're doing. And we were connected through the Africa CISO Forum, and we're going to exhibit in Rwanda in August. I think what we're doing is that what we're saying here is that it's time that children that are born in Africa get the opportunity to learn. There's people that have finished their studies. We had a lady that came in, and she had 90% for networking on her CV. We look at the results, we said, wow. So my eldest son, Dane, said, okay, let's test her. And we asked her to say, take this computer, connect it onto the domain. She was looking at us. And she asked, what is the question? We said, no, do you know the domain?
Yeah.
We want you to connect this computer onto the domain. You know what? It makes me sad that our students go through training. They have parents and guardians have invested money to go to programs, and they study, and they come back and they don't have the skills. They can't even install an operating system on a computer, and yet they have a qualification that says, I'm an IT professional. So it's time that children in Africa get an opportunity to shine. It's a time that they get that opportunity to learn the practical skill. We've got friends all over the world. The children there are taught differently. It's time that we change it here.
All power to you, and I hope it goes very well. Thank you for being here today. It's been a pleasure to speak with you. Please join us again. Stay tuned. There's more content on the way.
Of the country, we need to make sure that it's authentic in a way. So I say that you guys need to use the API for authentication. It's the same API that Capitec is using as well. Now that will actually shape your entire SLTC. Hence, whenever we develop solutions, we need to go back to the architecture and make sure that we build with security in mind.
All right, let's give them a round of applause, everybody. All right, the next team will be IC. MST. Can we have MST, please?
Hello. Good afternoon to the house at large. Standing in front of you, it's MST team, and we are doing the Innovation Challenge. All right, 7.5% of the population in South Africa are living with disabilities. And out of that population, almost 500,000 of those people are blind. And when we look at it, we are predicting that in the next coming years, that number will be doubled. Now, think of a person who is disabled, who is blind, and they want to move from point A to B. How do they get to that point? I mean, I'm talking about South Africa. They need somebody who will accompany them to get to that point. That means that these people cannot easily get to places like schools. They cannot easily get to places like work. So that is one of the challenges that we have seen. But then the other challenge that we identified is the problem of physical safety as well as lack of opportunities. As a team, we thought of, or we have developed an app that is going to assist these blind people in order for them to move around freely but in a safer way. And then going to the future, we are thinking of linking this app to the smart walking stick. All right, we have done our research, and then we found out that we have got competitors already. Companies like WeWalk, companies like Smart Rides, right? They are doing that, they are having those apps already. But then we are coming with a different way of upgrading it. Our app is going to be linked to Google Maps and again to Waze. And again, when this blind person opens the app, they are going to use an app that is called Hey Google, which is a voice recognition app.
All right, so throughout the development of this project, we realized that there's certain threats that we have. Like, for instance, on the design stage, we had to investigate and do some threat modeling, where we checked what threats are there, what is it that they can use to hack the system. On the development part, we did some code, where we looked at our code, we checked our code and see if our code is strong enough. The verification part, we had 3 groups, actually 2 groups from here that actually looked at our website, our app, and tried to hack it, and all of them failed. And the reason for that is we looked at the vulnerabilities that are there, and we really studied them, and we went on to mitigate them. For example, we used one-time pins, we used stronger passwords, we used output encoding, etc. Right, so the tools that we use, simple tools, your PHP, JavaScript, and your MySQL.
In addition, when we're creating our app, we also consider the following policies when ensuring the safety of the information that's going to be kept on the app. We also ensure that we are not going to share the information with anyone. Our target market are the non-organization and foundations. The first one is the South African Mobility for the Blind Trust. That one will help us to market our app. We will be able to get access to more blind people, and also the National Council person with a physical disability that will also give us the permission to go ahead with the app that will ensure the safety and also the fact that we are not going to violate the rights of the blind people.
So my name is Lorabo. I'm gonna demonstrate how the app's gonna work. So since we're dealing with blind people, so there will be somebody who's gonna act as an admin for this blind person who's gonna maneuver the app and set up the destinations and wherever they have to go. So here we're gonna start with the registration page. This is how we've used HTML, PHP, and MySQL. So mainly we're using, for security, we're using character, we encrypting characters and using filter and validation fields. So when the user already exists, it validates that the user exists. So somebody can't get to the next page unless maybe they register as a new, somebody new. So they can't register a username that exists and also an email address that exists. So another thing that we use is OTP, since everybody is using a phone and the people that we're targeting might not be rich, they might have these small phones, we call them PIN. So via those phones they can get this OTP. Also for somebody who uses an email, they get the OTP via email. Okay. So, okay, OTP. So this is the part where they're supposed to get the OTP. Because of time, we couldn't get over that. So, for XSS attack. So, what we're using hard coding. We didn't use any other. We're just using our own code. We use our own code for SQL injection. Using HTML special characters also for sessions. So we give whichever admin, we give them a certain number
certain number of times that they can try to log in, and if they used up the times that they have to log in, then it will block them out.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Can you hear me? Okay, correctly. I'm assuming based on the presentation, at least I'm understanding that this will obviously be integrated with Google Maps and Waze. So can you just explain to me, or even just go through the accuracy? Because when I've come across many people who've tried to develop such apps that actually ensure the accuracy of the exact location, because sometimes you might not, you might put in a place, but Google Maps might not take you to that actual place, but also the accuracy of that specific person at that time. So how did you deal with those accuracy aspects? But also, this is an app that is dedicated for the blind people. Just explain to me that OTP process. How does blind person get OTP? Is it through immersive response, or what exactly is the mechanism in that aspect?
Okay, with the first question, so it's about the accuracy of the system. So we're looking at the whole thing about Google Maps. Google Maps is a little bit unreliable, but when it comes to Waze, we know that Waze works in a sense that it uses the crowd to get this information. So now you imagine this person is walking, and yesterday there was no construction at a specific place that he needs to pass. And today there's construction, but there's been numerous people that walked past there, and they can, relay that data or send that data, and that person can be able to get almost, real life, feedback when it comes to that. With regards to the second question.
Sorry, it's just about, so are they integrated both Waze and Google Maps, or?
Yes. Yes, just for additional reliability.
Oh.
Oh, so yes, we have API for Waze and also API for Google Maps for accuracy. And so I didn't get the second question. Oh, the OTP. So the OTP goes to the admin person. Yeah, because the blind person doesn't see. But when the app is activated, so it only vibrates so it gives voice to text message to the blind person. And yeah.
Okay, 11 online. Okay, I think you need to consider using more biometric and voice recognition.
Yes, that we are. We specify a Google.
Oh yes, we have to consider features like
All right, can we have a skill verse, please?
Matapelo More, an experienced internal auditor, a mother, and a homeowner. Atu Williams, PhD Business Ethics, and an experienced corporate executive. Babita Diorgan, an experienced financial manager in the public sector, a mother, and a wife. Do you guys know any of these people? Okay, let's go. So these guys are a few of the whistleblowers that had their safety compromised because of cyber leaks and because of cyber attacks and information leaks. So the NPA, which is the National Prosecuting Authority, has contracted our company to essentially test their website through accessing the website without authorization, with special focus into their database where we will search for a file that contains whistleblower information. After completing that, we have to gain access into the file of whistleblowers. So within the context of the challenge, finding the file would be capturing flag 1 and gaining entry into the file to access the information the file has would be capturing flag 2. So after successfully completing this challenge given to us by the NPA, we will revert back to their defense team, the cyber defense team, make them aware of the available vulnerabilities that we have seen, and give them recommendations on how to improve the site and make it better. My colleague here will take us deep into the technical how we went about with this task.
Okay, this is the juicy part. I like to be long, but due to time, so I have to be short as a miniskirt. So the first thing that we do when we get such a network or a website, we begin something called reconnaissance. So we use a tool called Nmap. That tool stands for Network Mapper. So if you can see here the images, right? On the top, it displays all the open ports, which is your 53, your port 18, your port 22, right? And then we saw something suspicious there called RSA key. So we had to go and check whether that RSA key is either public or a private key, right? And then after that, we used something called Nidco. So with Nidco, it actually helps us in showing us the files that we can actually not see with our eyes. So it actually files us into the system. With an Nmap, we got to see there's CVE, right? CVE 2003. We didn't go deep into it, but we saw and also compared it according to the CVSS scale, which is a 4.2, I think. Yeah. And then we use GoBaster just to go a little bit deeper. So if you can see here, I'm not sure if it's showing on the other ones, but if you look at WordPress WP content uploads, you can actually see all the files, as well as there are other files that you can actually see that actually gets my attention or our attention as a team. So the confidential document file, what is it doing there? So we actually pulled it, we downloaded it, and then we try to brute force it using hashcat, so that we can actually compare the strings of the files so that we can get the mode number. So if you can see here, this is actually the command. We also used rockq. So most of you guys, or most of the people in the past, they used to use this common password, like password 123 or 0123 for me and all those. So this TXT file actually contains all those passwords. So it took us a little bit of time to actually get the password for the Microsoft document file. And if you can see there at the end, it's written Autobots. So that's actually the password. So we use that password to actually open this file, which has password and then that string. But we were stuck with getting the username. So we went back to enumerate on the site. Sorry, we couldn't show you the site. But on the site, they're posting comments there. So we got to find out that actually on the WordPress site, the admin is actually the one that's posting the comments. So his name is Mr. Robert. So we combined Mr. Robert as well as that password, and then we were in. So I like to call that root, right? So we're in the system now. We can actually see the users. So we're inside the NPA system. So all the whistleblowers, we can actually see them, as well as if we go deeper, we might get their location as well as their address.
So displayed Yeah, there is a list of the vulnerabilities that we encountered when we were going about the work. So the first one was the code of the website is public. So the recommendation we gave to NPA is that they should make their code private through compressing it. The second vulnerability is that the username is the same as the poster name. So we suggested that they make them different because this will make it easier for brute forcing.
Okay, now that we know the tools that we used, we've got the Nmap, Nicto, GoBuster, as well as Hydra.
So since our contract was only valid for 24 hours, we were only able to just get entry into the NPA system, but we found that the web is very insecure and it poses a lot of insecurity.
All right. So when you said code was exposed, which code are you referring to? So one of the recommendations was that the code was exposed and you need to obfuscate it and compress it. You refer to the directory listing.
Yes, we're definitely referring to the directory because when we check here on the right, it's all the PHP files.
Okay, yeah, so I think maybe just read up a little bit more about the directory listing, what that is, how to actually remediate against that. I do like the backstory you guys created, but it's really good. The whole NPA thing was totally there. I was like, yeah, I think, again, you guys are also quite close, Chris. So, like I said, advice to the previous team is, I think if they have more time, you'll probably be able to get there to the second flag. Only 2 files. But you do have admin access to the WordPress panel, so you've got what you need to there. Which I won't have at all.
So they can sleep better at night and
So I know that you guys are only contracted for 24 hours, but do you have ideas what you would have done next?
So basically, since now we're inside the system, I think we also got access to the code. So what we were going to do, using the third-party plugins, we were going to try and actually create a shell and then listen to it using Netcat just to see if we can go to the servers. Accessing the server. I think that route is really better.
Thank you.
All right, can we have IC? Bangani, you guys ready?
Good day. We are still here at the ITWeb Security Summit here in Centon. Today we've been joined by one of the delegates, Caspar Mkome. Caspar comes from Orange Cyber Defense. Welcome to ITWeb Live, Caspar.
Thank you, Admire. It's great to be here.
Awesome. Thanks a lot for joining us here. I just wanted to know, Caspar, what have you enjoyed the most about this year's episode of the ITWeb Security Summit?
All right. No, thank you for that. I've been a regular at the ITWeb Security Summit now. I think this is my third one. Yes, it's a great opportunity to actually not only meet other industry players in terms of the other vendors and the like, but it's also an opportunity to actually meet a lot of the prospective clients and a lot of the big industry players, and also just bump heads in terms of recent trends and what you should do, different types of technology out there.
So if you managed to sign any deals, Caspar?
No, it's too early to say at this point, but I did generate a couple of leads. Definitely, I will be busy as of next week following up. A lot of people do come here actually looking for a solution. So it's important to always know what the client's pain points are, actually funnel that in there.
You just said you are now a regular at this event. So from your own perspective, from an outsider point of view, can you say there's been a difference with the other years compared to this year?
I wouldn't say there's been a massive difference. I'll be honest, it's a very good standard that ITWeb has set in terms of not only in terms of putting together the actual floor planning, the actual entertainment for the guests and the like, but also focusing on the keynote speakers. A lot of the speakers are always people who are relevant to listen to and people that you would be interested to actually have an engagement with. So yes, I can definitely say ITWeb has had a very high standard from the beginning, and they're maintaining that very high standard.
Well, we are flattered. We are flattered. And what exactly do you do, Caspar, at Orange?
So I basically am an account manager. My mandate is to not only take care of our existing clients, but also generate business not only here in South Africa, but within the wider region, within Africa as well.
If you also had a chance like to walk around and see other people's stands, or you were just stuck there by Orange?
No. Definitely the idea of this type of event is to actually take a walk around, see what other brands are offering. Obviously, not only to get an understanding of where you are within where we stand, but also just to get an idea of what other technologies out there, because a lot of the people come here are foreign, and you might not actually get access to them or an idea of what they offer until you actually bump into them here. So coming here is always one of the highlights.
I'm quite glad that you enjoyed, and I'm sure next year you'll be here again.
Yes, I don't doubt that. I definitely look forward to coming back here again. Food is always on point. So lunch and breakfast are always when we do come here. So yes, I would not miss this next year if I have the opportunity to come.
Awesome. Thanks a lot, Caspar, for joining us here. Hoping to see you again next year.
You will definitely see me.
That was Caspar here, guys. There's still some interviews coming up, so keep tuned in. Thank you.
So keep going, go back, go again. Quick question is, a lot of teams are harping on the fact that it's port 80 and it's insecure. Do you think if that server was hosted on port 443, so HTTPS, would that have changed anything? Would you not then be able to see that directly listed, or would it still try to
My knowledge, I don't think it would change because Nicto just left.
So I'm not sure what you got conflicts. Maybe is it between the team conflict or is that technology conflict? Yeah, so I mean, when you work in teams, and like that's what we do there today, we have different teams, different tests, there's always conflict. I think how you resolve that is you find a common ground so that you're working towards, which was the CTF. It sounds like we learned a few things about each other as we did, which is good. I think something to touch on is around the user enumeration. A few other things also touched on this, right? So when it comes to like trying to compromise new credentials, you also need 2 points. You need the username and you need the password. So a lot of developers don't realize that when you disclose that username exists, it doesn't exist, it has been registered, it's actually in itself vulnerability. So I'm trying to attack your application, I need to find out what's a valid username before I can try to use the password. Okay, so always try like develop your website to return like a generic response, like a login, password reset, with a registration. So like if you've been registered, you check your email. Something that can't be enumerated, that you can figure out valid usernames. And once we've done that, we start using other attempts to try and get the password. Even social engineering or phishing. Right. So yeah, I think well done. Like you mentioned, you're getting through it, pushing it till the end. You could have just packed up and got home, but you guys are here, present, which is really good. So well done.
All right, so now we have one more participant that is going to be joining us live online from Mamelodi, which is a fellow Sonic. So do we have another guy online now? Okay.
making it in a way that buyers can compete on the post. And put it like a classic college where they can just compete, and the other potential buyers can also engage in a conversation. We just wait just for in case they want to see the price. And to make sure that it's not based, we'll be using smart contracts. So the storing the comment on a smart contract, and the smart contract will be able to, anyone will be able to build that, the platform will be able to.
One more question on the side. What's your strategy to go to market?
I have too much work. I can't go anywhere. But I'm just going to be in bed editing. You must get some pictures.
Our strategy
I haven't got any pictures here.
looking at just making sure that we comply with all the laws that we need to comply to. And we'll be using social media to push advertising, because now since we know to this is going to be like a just peer business model based app. We don't necessarily need much.
All right, thank you so much. I'm going to hang up the call now. All right. All right, so let's give a round of applause to every single participant. So what we're going to do now is we're going to ask the judges to head over to the other side. You guys can huddle. We'll give them 15 minutes just to deliberate, and after that, they will give us the announcement in terms of who came first. Judges, you guys have 15 minutes. DJ, you can play something live.
Sure. Yeah, I feel like dying. I'm so tired now. I'm late. Yeah. Yeah, almost. It went well though. It was good. I can't wait to compare the footage from the studio, from the booth, I mean. So now, are you also part of the judge? Yeah, I wanted to ask you. There's a time you say, like, one of my friends, is it this side? Yeah, this is the side. Is this the side? Yeah, this is the side. Can you hear us on camera? Huh? Can people hear us on camera? No. Very sure. Let me mute it.
Hi, everyone. Hi, everyone. It's Admire Moyo, news editor at ITWeb. It's all but done here at the ITWeb Security Summit 2023. What a fun-filled event it was. The past 2 days have been quite, eye-opening. We had great presentations here, all learning about the current trends in the world of cybersecurity. There were about 800 people in attendance. Yes, event. Also lots of sponsors at the event, including the main sponsor, DCX. So everyone at the moment is busy packing up. So want to thank you, everyone who have been watching our live stream. Now we are just waiting to hear the winners of the hackathon. The hackathon has been going on for the past 2 days. So the winners will be announced shortly. So I'd like to thank you on behalf of everyone here at ITWeb. Thank everyone who has been part of this great event. Till we meet again next year, thank you so much.